I guess I don't need my virtual camera on anymore. There we go. It occurs to me now that I can't hear that. Join voice. Oh, never mind. Streaming. Okay, that's good. There it is. There we go. Okay, I did all of that.
So yeah, Natsuki-san.
Is it R? There we go. Okay. That should be good. Oh, right. That's right. I have to turn on that widget. Hello. I did try and update the schedule a little bit earlier to put that the just chatting on today's stuff would be in the Discord. But I think I just yapped about that in the Discord, which kind of defeats the purpose of all of that. There we go. There we go. Oh, there we go. Yay! Okay, so now the widgets are working. Before I do the transition, real quick, I'm going to see if I can... Oh, I guess I do have to put that up just a touch. There we go. So, let's see if that Twitch transition dude got back to me. So if I could just download that file and it would be like nice and quiet, that would be perfect. Ooh. Man, I've been waiting for that to like be in the perfect spot for the last several hours. I don't think it's this guy. Oh, the bane of having multiple businesses. You have to sign out of accounts, sign into the different account that's associated with that section of the business. Wait, did it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it does that. Just checking in. Let me know when you'll be able to reduce the volume on that. Okay. I don't know why, but somehow sometimes like saying the sentence makes it easier to remember where all of the letters are on the keyboard. Okay, so yeah, that guy's taking forever. Apologize in advance for the noise. Yeah, that is That is a rough one. But I looked into a couple of the OBS message boards because I am trying to learn more tech, despite not being that great at it. And that has been a requested feature. Go ahead. Guess how many years that's been requested. Really? I think it's because I turned down the desktop volume because of the game. Everything is in a constant state of being either too loud or not loud enough. And it's just like a maddening teeter-totter that I'm on with OBS. Like sometimes, like, it's been like how many streams has it been already where it's like, oh, we're just gonna like cut the audio completely and make no notification noise, which by the way, 10,000 notifications on this thing. The sound mixer is cool, but you know what it doesn't have a sound mixer for? Video transitions of any kind. So that's been a requested feature since like 2018. Still not a feature. Isn't that insane? How long can a company be like having people be like, please, I beg of you, this feature, and still just be like, nah, I think we know what the people want. They want a different background color. And it's like, no, Apple, I didn't want liquid glass. I wanted my text-to-speech to be immaculate. Crazy. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, all this data and stuff that they take from us. And yet, like, where's the updates people have been begging for like near on a decade? But it's like, no, I think I know what the future holds. It's like, just satisfy your customers, tech companies. I don't know what is so difficult about that. The people will literally clamor in the streets for the things that they want. And you're like, no, I'm going to develop what they need. And I'm like, very rarely do they hit the mark there. Like, I feel like at least they like threw balls into different bins for like what people have already asked for. That'd hit at least 50% of the time. Crazy. Okay, so just a recap. Before we were in the airport, we met most of the family, if not half of the servants. I think we have significantly more servants to find than we do family cells. Could be wrong on that, but pretty sure that's the case. Then we went on a speedboat. We had like a weird moment with like his younger cousin where she just was like all weird and doom and gloom. And then all the teenagers are dinking around in the rental house while the adults have gone on to go do business like in the main house. I honestly kind of liking the classical music in the background. It is very, very soothing. And okay, pop that down. Move this back up here so that we can do our little symbiote bit. Still 6 spots. Okay, yeah, let's check the character thing real quick. Characters. Okay, so we still don't know who her parents are, but we do know who's over here now, don't we? That's our boy from the prologue. I would bet money on that. He's the head of the household, as he should be. That's my headcanon, at least, anyways. Oh, damn, you were dead on with that 6. Yeah, so we have to figure out, would that be their mother or something? Or just like a disconnected, I don't know. So anyway, we have to figure out who's over here and what their connection is to everybody. And then we have to figure out who her parents are. And this one, like, I'm pretty sure we already know who this is. And then we've got 2 more servants. I'm guessing at least one of these other servants is going to be like a young woman that old what's-his-face over here is super excited to say hello to. And then I'm going to guess that the other servant is a man, if I just had to guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4 guys and like 2 girls that's like my over-under for what we're going to run into next.
最近頭痛の方はどうなん？一時だいぶしんどそうにしとったろ。
おかげで最近はだいぶ調子がいいです。
Okay, so this is, I think, the other servant.
してくれてありがとう。そうだ、これ。夏日姉さんにお土産。いつもありがとう。
I was wrong. This is not a servant. This is part of the family. So this must be the head of household wife.
あなたには何かをもらってばかりね。これは紅茶？ ペパーミントとレモンバームのハーブティー。
That's actually super bomb. That's one of my favorite, like, just chill
頭
teas.
痛によく効くって有名なお店のブレンドなの。
That's dead ass. Yeah, that apothecary
姉
checks
さん
out.
にも効くかなって思って。
But we already know she's the youngest. I mean, listen, tea's great. I have a bunch of tea though that I like have not gotten to yet. Is there a way for it to auto scroll? Yes, there's a way. Press A. Okay.
そういえばあなた、いっつも頭痛だって言ってたわね。しっかりなさいな。ジェシカちゃん、今年は受験でしょ？人生の節目じゃない。母親のあなたがそんなじゃ頼りないわよ。それに夏日姉さん、私より3つも若いんだから。もうちょっとしっかりなさい。
ごめんなさい。生まれつきの頭痛持ちなもので。
Yeah, it's hard to think your words through with a headache. Hold on one second.
うちのバター君も今年は受験でしょ？
Got that?
Ooh, quick.
Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Wow. Just reconnected. Nice. Hoping I wasn't going to have to go back through. I think it just had an update. Yeah, isn't that annoying? It's just like a constant battle between like these particular headphones and OBS. They, for whatever reason, they just both hate each other. Don't know what that's about. So, weird question. Are audio cables like direction specific? So like, is there a side A, side B to this? Asking for a friend. Because if that's the case, and that's been the cause of all of these issues, I'm going to take a Sharpie to this thing. But if not, that's crazy that it's just, like, seemingly on a whim, just dinking around with my audio constantly. I don't know what the deal is with that, but how OBS gets down. You still want a bottom pole, Max? That's actually, I did a really good bridge right there, and the camera didn't catch it. That one was not nearly as good. Damn. Are you sure? One second. Did I misread that chat? It's possible. It is entirely possible that I misread that. Man, I sure do wish there was a widget to just be able to see this, Twitch. Wouldn't that be cool? For to not have to stop doing what I'm doing and go and do things? Man, wouldn't that be swell, you guys? Twitch. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. I was on a really... You want a topple? Yeah, so... My bad on that. Could not read that. Took a guess. Sorry about that. Your present. One second. I messed up your fortune. I let my own intuition lose to my curiosity. Okay, so top hole. Your past. Cooperation. Your present. Joy. And your future. Loyalty. Interesting. So, let's see if I remember how to do a mirror. Yeah, okay. Finally, have the cards in the right order first time around. So you have cooperation, loyalty, cooperation, joy, and then loyalty. It's actually super interesting. These are the 3 things I never see in my garden because I don't plant anything really that attracts butterflies, because a lot of the things that attract butterflies are poisonous. And I get really crazy about not having like plants in my garden that are dangerous to livestock, because I think my chickens are pretty smart, but I'm not willing to gamble on it, you know what I mean? And there are certain a year pull done. Yeah. Now there is a, like, the other one I think we decided was like tarot, which, by the way, I need to remember these tarot cards. I need to put that in. Time to save it for next year. No, absolutely. I mean, this is a pretty good one. You know, I'm shocked right now. Not too shocked, because I think we've got a pretty good group here. But almost never do I get, like, bad pulls on this. There are bad cards. I shuffle through them all the time just to be like, oh, that's an interesting one. But so far, haven't pulled a single bad one. Isn't that awesome? Perfect. Okay.
ルドルフさんも少しは関心を持ったら?
So I miss just a teensy bit of that. Okay, so this is Jessica's mom, alright. That makes sense. Now we just need to find the father and his cool, awesome dad from the prologue. And then there's another guy with the younger. Hate getting food from a local host spot if it takes forever. Yeah. Yeah, I just missed what she said, because she said Jessica, and I was like, why is she talking to her? That's not Jessica. I see now. I guess, I think we know, you guys, that I'm not ready for the auto. It's too fast. And I know that you can update the speed, and I did, in fact, update the speed, but ought not to have done. For the sake of this, I'm very serious.
俺が何か言えば必ず反抗するやつだぜ。じゃあなんて言うんだ。むしろ逆であいつそういうのだけは秀吉兄さんのところは受験本ぜひ子供操縦術の秘訣を教えてくださいよ。そうやな。
I wouldn't say his child is that well behaved, but
何のために勉強するのかっちゅうことを説いたかもしれんな。個々の勉強に意味があるわけやないんや。そう、勉強っちゅうのは、わからんことを自分で調べて身につけるという行為の練習なんや。
I keep, for whatever reason, mixing these two up. Like, I don't know, it just seems like he has, like, obviously these two match up for me in my brain. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's so chunky. Oh, of course he's not in here. That's so cute. Oh, it looks fantastic. Nice. Thank you. That's so cute. If I could improve on that widget, which the moment I'm able to do, I think I'm going to make it a strawberry milk cow. I think that's what I'm going to do. So it's on brand, you know what I mean? No, so obviously the karate chop lady is his mom, obviously. Like, that clicks 1000%. But for whatever reason, I just cannot ascribe this, like, pleasantly, like, what's the word for that? Where you're just, like, jolly, I guess, where he's just, like, always in a good mood, just kind of just, like, always sort of a smiling, happy guy. That guy just does not compute with me for, like, being the dad of that son. So for some reason, I just keep, like, superimposing this little girl. I'm like, yeah, of course, like, that's his little girl, like, of course. Like, that's the kind of dad that would produce this, like, strange little girl. And then I'm like, every time, I'm like, no, the lady with the hime cut is her mom. But it's like that archetype of a guy just, like, seems like a girl dad. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just, like, get girl dad vibes off of him, like, super hardcore. So, right, like, obviously, those two are married. Like, if you put all of these people all together, like, the marriage part makes sense, but the whole dad to son part just, like, does not track for me. Even though it makes 1000% sense, but weirdness of autism never ceases to amaze me, you guys. It's like, why wouldn't you make that connection? It's so crazy. I've done that with people's names before too, and it's like, oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Like, you must have misheard me, but I'm like, I can't believe I forgot his name. Like, he's gonna be so pissed. But then, like, usually it works out. That's why everybody has to have the same name on their streaming as they do in the Discord, or I will just, like, completely botch, like, the connections for those. I like her hairstyle a little bit. Got a lot of, like, really good volume. Whereas her hair is more fine. Oh my gosh, they're really being hard on her sister here. Yeah, that's pretty bold of you, actually, for being the second tier. She's like, so this is like the king's family. Like, this is like the king's firstborn family right now. This is like the king's secondborn family. And I imagine that the son is the one. Yeah, so the oldest son is married to this chick. And so you're the secondborn and a girl. Like, you cannot be bullying your brother's wife like this. That's like heraldry-wise, big no-no. She's above you, like, pretty significantly. So for you to be, like, teasing her about her headaches and how she raises her child is crazy, but... I don't think it's necessarily a black tea, though, unless, like, they added black tea to it. But, like, mint and lemon balm, that's just, like, a yellowish tea. Like, it's not... I don't know. I don't really know about the eccentricities of tea specifically, but I know those plants pretty well. Yeah, it might be, I guess. Then you're just really adding, like, you're essentially just making a caffeine beverage instead of an herbal tea, but everybody's just going to be wired after this meeting from that tea. Depending on how many cups of tea you have, I mean, it's like near on equivalent to a cup of coffee. Which I read something the other day that, like, coffee was not a Japanese thing until, like, a couple of generations ago. Like, it was not a thing. And then they made coffee-flavored candy and gave it to kids. And then they were like, wow, isn't coffee delicious and nostalgic? Don't you want coffee-flavored everything? And then they started doing, like, a coffee empire in Japan. I'll find that and put it in the thing for you guys. You're gonna learn all about this right now, this very moment. There we go. 2 oracle readings in the first hour. Guys, that's crazy. Crazy good. We need to practice. Oh, I'm in no mood to research. So, I'm going to set a reminder. Dyslexia is my nemesis, you guys. I'm like looking at this article right now and I'm like, no, that's too many letters. That's crazy. Too many letters, too close together. That's gonna be wild. Yeah, like, do we have, real quick, no, it's not that one. I know there's bad cards in here, you guys. That one just the other day. It was like an ill tiding. I don't think it had ravens on it, but that would be a good one. Oh, that bridge was pretty good too. I have to have the pressure on the sides of the cards. And these cards are huge. These cards are like ginormous. Good for reading, but do you want the bottom pull on this again? Yeah. Your pass. Oak. I'm getting power off of that one. Present. Hey, you surprised me the other day. Didn't you pick a middle pull? Focus. Are you getting a Kanye West? All a bit faster, stronger. That'd be crazy. It's a good one. That's a good classic Kanye. Classic my era, anyway. I'm probably dating myself. Future. Releasing burdens. So, all are bitter, faster, stronger. All are bitter, faster, stronger. Crazy. You know, fun fact, my earliest, like, most visceral memory of that song is running around. Okay, so here is a crazy bolt. So, I'm listening, all up in a faster, stronger, you know, Kanye. And it's the one where it's like the little gummy bear in space or whatever. Such an elite album cover. I think about that one a lot. And then I'm like running around whatever the freaking Night Elf City or whatever is in World of Warcraft. And there's like an auction house, but you go into like this temple of like Saloon or some crap like that. It's like some moon temple. And then there's like, it's like a big, beautiful lake or something like that. And then there's little like bridges that divide and connect everything. No, there's a Kanye version of it. Here, I'll put it in the stream chat. Hopefully it doesn't immediately start playing. I get immediately copyright strikes. It's like, no, Spotify, please. Yeah, it's this one. Pop that in the stream chat, There we go. But it's got the little space bar, and I'm listening to this song, and we just come through like this terrifying bog, and then we get to this wonderful like night elf city or whatever, and all my homies were trying to teach me how to use the auction house, but this was back in the day when I want to say people were like mining for the in-game currency and then selling the currency for actual money in the auction houses or something like that, which was, it's like, I think that's even used in like some economic like modelings and stuff like that, is like things to not do. Those guards were good, but my point being is that's my earliest memory. So every time I hear Kanye West Stronger, I'm just like transported back into like essentially like a Ponzi scheme within World of Warcraft in their auction house servers. Isn't that wild? You ever know like how like scent can create a memory? That sound has a distinct line to like early 2008 World of Warcraft. Okay, I have that open. You guys are always so scared. It's like an ill omen. Crazy. Okay. Yep. Knew it.
お、シャノンちゃん。久しぶりやの。
Of course it's an age-appropriate love
ます
interest.
ますべっぴんさ。
いえ、どうも。
おしゃべりは配膳を済ませてからになさい。お茶が冷めます。
申し訳ございません、奥様。
This is a wild serving outfit, by the way. Crazy. Ooh, use of... Hold on. Use of quail. Oh. Delicious. Nobody ever uses that word. That's such a good one. One of my favorite uses of that is in The Mariner's Revenge. He says the captain quailed. Elite ball knowledge there, you guys. That's like... That's a good one. That's a delicious, tasty word.
挨拶の一つくらいしたってどうってこと？もう十分待たされて。
Yeah, the tea is probably ice cold by now. These people take...
それは大丈夫です。冷めてはおりませんので。
シャノン、早く配膳を済ませなさい。
失礼します。
Oof.
よせよ、夏日姉さん。シャノンちゃんだって頑張ってるのに、いじめちゃかわいそうだぜ。
いじめてなんかいません。
いい香りね。お茶の銘柄を聞いてもいいか？
後ほど
Doesn't know what tea she's serving them? That's crazy. Like, obviously, I don't know, like, necessarily the companies that I buy tea from, but I think I would pay a hell of a lot more of attention if it was my job to know that. That's crazy. Like, imagine, first of all, you are the servant of a powerful house. You need to know everything that's going into these people's bodies because people get poisoned. So, like, you need to know exactly what the box of tea you served them looks like in case it gets, like, swapped out by, like, an evil heiress that's trying to, like, usurp the company or something like that. Like, obviously that's not, like, the day-to-day problems, but, like, what if somebody has an allergy or something like that? You're going to need to be able to quickly recall, like, details about these things, especially if it's, like, you know, who knows? Somebody's thrown away the box or something like that, and then, like, one of the young masters starts like, just like King Joffrey, right? So it's like you would still need to know that information. That I know this information about people's pets. Like, they're a servant in charge of a powerful pet. Like, that'd be so disgraceful. Yeah. I mean, she's twisting the knife right now, but she's right. Because of the antimicrobial and stuff properties. Also, I think it reacts to poisons. Yeah. Bam. I also used to pour silver and stuff like that. It likes to oxidize. Really anything. You look at silver and it's like, don't look at me. I'm too pale. And then it just gets this crinkly, like, grossness around it. I mean, I think that that's her mandatory outfit. I get it, but, like, how unbecoming. Like, you're supposed to be serving us roast duck and little broccolinis, and Madam, reel it in. Okay, be a professional. Yeah. That's funny. That's a good one. Nice. Haha, you viper. You're not allergic to other venom.
わしはその毒舌を毎日聞かされとるから、もう毒に耐性。エヴァもわし相手には構わんが、耐性のない相手にはちと加減せんとな。
あらあらひどい。シャノンちゃんにお茶の知識を教えてあげただけ。
Oh, these people are so insufferable.
She を落とさないで。姉さんは何も悪くない。そういうお役。奥様もエヴァ様もでも。
We already met this servant. What's this guy's name? Really? He did a bad job serving tea? Okay. Weird. Yeah, Max, something tells me that you wouldn't be very rich for very long either. Buddy, that's crazy. Cavorting with the help, unbelievable. Did not a gigantic list just come out where it says that, like, this can cause problems? I mean, obviously to, like, a much deeper extent, but we are on a sketchy island right now, so it's low-key on my mind. But if there's one thing that doesn't go well, it's when the rich seem to interact with their lessers. You know, because it's never in like a harmless way, like, aha, we used our superior knowledge to like beat them at backgammon or something. It's always like crimes against humanity for some reason. Like, obviously, there's been something supernatural that's gone on in this instance, but luckily this is a fantasy. They're just doing witchcraft. They're not doing anything like extra crazy, like kidnapping people, I'd imagine. I mean, look how small this character list is. You know what I mean? Unless the people not on this character list have been kidnapped, in which case then this would be a, you know, this would be a pretty normal rich person island, I'd imagine.
姉さんは心にいる。たまには自分に優しくしてあげて。
ありがとうね。
I don't think they're actually related. I think this is just like an honorific based off of age. This is a different guy. Okay. Yeah, because that's not the same dude.
そこで何をしている？シャノン。
はい、失礼いたしました。
どうした？何かあったか？
シャノンは何も悪くないのに。あいつら。
やめてカノン君。失礼しました。すぐに仕事にも。カノン君も自分の持ち場お願い。
姉さんが。
何事もない。
はい、失礼します。
おいたわしや、あの二人がいじめられる。しかし、ゴーダさんは、後ろ宮本家へいらっしゃられるまで、そこで身につけられたというお仕事ぶりは、そりゃあただ、ゴーダさんはここでは最も年季の短い使用人。ご自身のそれまでの積み重ねによる彼は、自分より長い年季を持ちながらも、未熟で、人生経験もまた、
Yeah, old people don't like having younger people be above them in rank. Really, really upsets them. And yet these same people also simultaneously believe in tenure. So it's like, so which is it? Should it be based off of your merit and your skills within the field, or should it be based off how long you've been here? Because like this whole having both is kind of nonsense. You know what I mean? You're either really, really good at your job, and then it's like, okay, so what's more impressive? A guy that shows up and is good at his job, or a guy that shows up and doesn't do that great of a job, but he's been there for 10 years, and after 10 years, he's good at his job? Now, I personally think that the guy that shows up and is really, really good at his job, just like from the get, I find that significantly more impressive than a guy that's been like a mediocre employee for a really long time, and then like at year 10, if he finally gets it, and like after 10 years, I've really gotten real good at this job, because after 10 years, both of those people are going to be really good at their jobs, but it's going to be a significant difference in like the gap of skill there, because this one guy's been phoning it in for a super long time. So it's like, I feel like meritocracy is just a much better system in that case, because like I said, you can be doing kind of like a lame-ass job for 10 years. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're like really good at it. Like you would think, right? You would think, oh, the longer somebody does something, the better they'll get at it. But if they don't apply themselves for like 90% of this like timeline or whatever, then they're not like realistically going to be as far ahead as somebody that's like kept at it the entire time. You know what I mean? So just because this new servant shows up and he's older doesn't necessarily, well, he is also, this guy specifically is better at his job than these two teenagers, but they've been there longer. But he's older, so it's like, they're both different like levels of tenure. If that makes sense, I guess.
本当に親方様も罪作りな方でございます。
Yeah. So like yeah, but the other two aren't that good at their jobs either. He did let Shannon take the fall, that's true. But like she's also like should have done certain things better. I mean, yes, he started it, but like I feel like one, tea's not that hard to serve. Like I feel like even if you're doing super fancy tea situation, tea's like maybe a 6-minute window. He did mess up with the wheelbarrow incident. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, I don't actually know if these teenagers are like good enough at their job. Because here's the thing. I've been in a job where a couple of times, like, yes, I'm younger, but I've accrued enough like talent in the job itself that I could be like, no, this guy like messed up. Like, I'm not going to be blamed for that or whatever. And obviously you don't tell that to like everyone's boss. Like, that's not a thing you tell everyone's boss, but I would be telling the head servant like, hey, this other guy like fucked up the tea ceremony and then like threw me in midway through and is trying to make this entire thing look like my fault, but like, just so you know, this guy's being a bit of a fly in the ointment, you know what I mean? And obviously you would do that in like an appropriate, like, servants' households don't necessarily have, like, a crazy high degree of nepotism. Plus, this is a new servant, so if, like, the new servant is doing a bad job, that's not good. Like, your servant shouldn't be doing a bad job. They're like a direct reflection of you, so if they're not, like, it reflects on all the servants if some of the servants aren't good. It's like the weakest link determines the chain or something like that. Okay, so there's some sort of a reason why people can't just, like, stick up for these kids, I guess. I suspect why the boy can't be stuck up for, because then that seems treasonous, right? Because he's clearly, like, a half-blooded bastard or something like that in the context. That's my theory, given the context from the first section here. The other chick's probably just a servant. Yeah. Why did she not pop up? Why is there not? Okay. I guess there's no servant here. So the head servant and the girl servant are just, like, not popping up yet for whatever reason. So we only have 3 left, but really we have 2 left. Realistically, there's only 2 people we haven't met yet.
ジェシカもマリアも6年前からは想像もつかないくらい成長しちまったからよ。正直なところ少しだけ違和感を持って。
同じ言葉。バトラだって図体がいくらでかくなっても中身は相変わらずお子様だ。マリアもお子様、マリアもお子。
マリアだっていつまでもお子様じゃねえぞ。
Maria grating on my last nerve per usual.
お子様から可愛いおひどうしたらそしたら揉ませてくれ。揉
ませる。約束する。
ダメだよ。そんな約束しちゃダメ。約
束したから揉ませる。マリア、約束は守る。絶対守る。
マリア。
Japanese animators, when you tell them they have an extra 5 minutes in an episode to fill, like, seriously? I bet you, here's the thing, here's my wild theory. I think that the writers that put this weird, like, lolly shit in their games and in their anime and stuff like that, I think it's the same, like, wouldn't it be funny if it was the same guy? Like, not funny in the sense of, like, haha, but funny as in, like, ironic if it's just the same dude that's like, oh man, we're in a real deadline. We're at a real crazy deadline for, you know, episode 4 of season 12 of this whatever anime. And he's like, oh man, I'm not going to be able to finish it on time. So I'm going to subcontract out this like 5-minute clip. And it's just this guy taking every single one of those. And he's like, I bet I could put some really weird dialogue in here, you guys. Like, this is what's going to be in there. And then it's like just propagated throughout the industry because they're like so short of hands. Which would imply it would be super easy to stop doing that, which is why it's a fantasy, because there's gotta be just like half a dozen of them that are into it. Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's also that voice too. Like it's like that voice is treading dangerously close to lolly territory, and that's strike 2.
この6年はやっぱり寂しかった。そうだな。こういうふざけた話には、でも建設的な話は将来に対する心構えと。
悪いご。俺が来たらおまぬけなドタバタ。でも
マリアは。そうだね。僕も同感。
Crazy. Figuring out also how to incorporate kitten into that is crazy. Oh my god, this is about to be insane. What's the over-under on him making some crazy remark? Dude's obsessed.
シカにも驚かされたが、あんたもすっかりしかしよ、この島何を食ってどこを鍛えたら、ジェシカとどっちがでけえ。
That's crazy. Crazy. That's crazy. Of this entire series, we've spent like a good, solid 5 minutes on just nonsense. Well, actually, that's actually more of a pun joke for Yule, actually. She'll enjoy that. Crazy. Imagine calling Max black on stream, man. That's wild. Only I can do that. Only the cult leader can do that. That's crazy. Even then, I don't necessarily think I'm supposed to acknowledge anybody's skin color, which is crazy. But we have to follow the internet rules, you guys. No one's allowed to notice anything ever. Autistic speed run to getting canceled. Crazy. Hey guys, have you ever noticed that some people are taller than others? Oh no. One day that's going to be an issue. Like, my noticing of the heights of different races is going to be very problematic in 10 years. You mark that. Despite the fact that everybody seems to universally want to be much taller, I don't think I've ever met a super tall dude that's like, man, you know what would be cool? Being about 3 feet shorter. Never in my life have I heard that. So it's like, you would think that people would, and I feel like we've had this rant before, you would think that people would optimize to be taller, even in so much as, like, several generations down the line, but same. Crazy. Bro is really trying to just be a yes-no right now. That's crazy. Bro, what is this game? Oh my god. Okay. God forbid we don't add the jiggle physics into this Otome game, basically.
Oh?
いやいや、すまんぜ、シャノンちゃん。魅力的な胸に思わずきつうか。さすがにあの間合いまでダメだぜ。
ですけど、バトラ様は。
あのな、女の子の胸はだいたい10センチくらいからが2センチ圏まで侵入してきた。これはもう領空侵犯だぜ。スクランブル発進でそんな
私たちはその。
Wild turn of phrase, but you can really tell what the game producers were like. Guys, this is going to be a very important detail. This is going to be the most important detail of the whole game. In fact, this is going to be a plot point in the very, very last chapter. He's going to need to touch some titty to, like, solve the mystery, you guys. Guaranteed, I want to put that bet on right now. I want to put that bet in right now. This is going to be like, okay, this might be a little bit old for you guys, but there is an Indiana Jones movie. There's an Indiana Jones movie where, and it's the one where he has his little adventuring companion, and then it's this, like, actress or whatever. Like, it starts off in, like, a cabaret, and then they go on a plane, and the name right now escapes me. But they get dropped down, and anyway, they go into this, like, temple thing in, like, a quasi, like, Babylonia type place. And then, yeah. And so they go to this place, and they're in their rooms or whatever, and the woman, I think, gets captured. And so then they're trying to, like, figure out, or no, I think it's first Indiana Jones. No. The girl gets captured or something like that, and she goes through a thing, and the only way to get to the girl is they have to, like, fondle this statue, and then that triggers, like, a secret panel door or whatever. Indiana Jones and the... I can't remember. There's, like, 12 of them, by the way. This is, like, mid-tier Harrison Ford. This isn't, like, young Harrison Ford, although those ones are pretty good, too. Crystal Skull was dog shit. Don't even at me on that one. Crystal Skull was not the best Indiana Jones movie, and if you think that's correct, you're wrong. So Shia LaBeouf was fine, I guess, in that movie, but the movie overall was just dog shit. Like, we're just gonna keep it 100. But point being, the breast fondling was an important, like, thematic symbol in that, because he's a bit lecherous, and, like, this girl's an actress, and it's, like, they have this will they, won't they situation, and that comes to a peak, and then he starts, like, fondling the statue, and she gets all mad about it, or whatever. So then, that's gonna be how we get somewhere in this game. Guaranteed. I'm putting my bet in now, you guys. There's gonna be some titty statue in here. There's gonna be a real major plot point. Because, I mean, the alternative is the writers were just gooning, you guys, and that can't be it. That's not like them. No. Writers are not gooners, you guys. You heard that first here. This is critical to the plot, you guys. Make sure you're taking notes. Okay? This is gonna be so important later on. You know when your teacher tells you this is gonna be on the test? I feel like this is one of those moments. Batting! Stop saying furniture right now, please. I beg of you. It only conjures up the thoughts of a table. And stop that.
じゃあ、命令、次からバトラ君が胸に触ろうとしていいね。仰せつかります。以後、そのようバトラ様、ご承知。
Crazy.
6年前はお手伝いさん。
I thought we were gonna hear about business dealings.
みたいな。すっかり一人前の使用人さんだな。
Listen, first of all, I'm using that tactically, okay, so that you guys can't clip weird edits of me when I'm getting down on Discord, okay? That is actually a feature, not a bug. And you missed the last 15 minutes of the one I was watching anyway, so... Showed up too late, my dude. Okay, yeah. Okay, so she's been there for 10 years. He saw her 6 years ago. So they've known each other for like 4 years. Crazy. Although, if I'm being honest, from like a costume perspective, that's objectively the best type of corset. The ones that like smush you all over the place are crazy and weird. I don't know why anybody wants to have this like weird like tube-shaped torso. I've never understood that fashion choice. Now this, the allure of this particular outfit is not lost on me, but it is a crazy to take to work fit. You know what I mean? Are you sure? Why would his cousin... So he's off at college. Oh, because they're all at school and stuff like that. Yeah, like the difference between... Like, whichever one is just, like, straight up a tube, and it just, like, tubes you in. Hideous. Hideous. And I'll say it, like, it either has to be, like, a half situation, You know what I mean? Where it's like adding fullness to the top. That's it. Those are nice. Or like a complete under, but then like that's just a crazy fit. Like that's an insane fit. And like I'm pretty sure that's what this one is. Insanity. Yeah. No, I know that what's his face. I know that Battler hasn't seen them in 6 years, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure like everybody else seems to be pretty well acquainted with these servants. Yeah, so he hasn't seen his. Gosh. Yeah, 1 second. So yeah, I also love that it has this little pop up here, so I don't have to switch screens to do that. That's pretty handy. So like, I know he's been gone for 6 years. He's been being raised outside of the family for 6 years, but I'm pretty sure she's been here this whole time. He's been here this whole time, except for him going to school. And then she's been here this whole time, except for also going to school. Forced to what? That's crazy, dude. Why would anybody ever force me to do that? Those are a tax write-off, though. Okay, yeah, so it was just an age thing when they were talking to each other. That's another thing really culturally, because it's a homogenous culture, isn't it super crazy to not, like, fully distinguish, like, who people are to you? Like, you're like, oh, brother, oh, sister, and I'm like, yeah, but you guys look like you could be related, so I imagine that would be very confusing. I mean, I guess other than the fact that they all have the same last name, because you do last name, first name, and then you call people based off of their age relation to you. Okay, yeah. I guess. Because you would just all have the same clan name. You wouldn't have... Yeah, okay. I guess it's making a little bit more sense now if I really think about it. Probably a better system. Bro. Those are inside thoughts. I know we've just been staring at maid titties for the last 20 minutes, but get it together, you gotta lock in. I swear there's a mystery here somewhere. Food's cold again. Oh my god. She would be getting so fucking reprimanded by now. I'd be like, where are the hors d'oeuvres? Darren, we do not pay you to stand around and gawk like a commoner. Oh my god, I bet this guy's just like phoning in his resume. Let's see how good the food is. I hope he's a horrific cook, and he's just been hired on the basis of a lie. That'd be very interesting. Like, he just looks the part, but he, like, can't cook for shit, and he can't prepare tea. I mean, the very basic skill of any butler should be able to be making tea. Is that not a trope? Hold on. Is that not a trope? You better behave, Siri. I swear if you try and give me one more notification. Now it's just bringing up, like, British tea stuff. Yeah, where did I see that quote? I don't think it's Black Butler. Could have sworn that it was one of the other more recent animes that I watched. I don't think it's Black Butler. Yeah, I don't think it was Alfred, although I did recently watch some, like, Harley Quinn stuff, so that could be still in my mind. But I'm thinking it's, like, I think it's one of the Otome the Otome animes I was watching, where it's like this guy's like kind of a rebel or whatever, but he like really gets into learning how to make tea from this like butler dude, and that's like a big deal to him. Can't remember what anime it is. I'll have to look back through it, but they're like doing a male maid cafe situation, and he's getting really pissed off and annoyed with this girl because she's like being a bitch for no reason. And then he has to like calm himself down, and they bring the gentleman in to be like, that's no way to conduct yourself like a gentleman or whatever. And then it like totally calms that dude down. And they end up like doing a really good job serving this super bitchy customer that's just trying to like mess them up. I don't think so. But he looks like an old English gentleman. I can't remember what it is. I think it's something about like, yeah, what is it? Would it be in my watch list? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not those ones. Not those ones. Maybe it's Trapped in a Dating Sim, but I don't think so. I think it's where a guy gets reincarnated. A guy gets reincarnated into an Otome world or whatever, and he's trying to, like, battle against what I think is his sister, because she gets reincarnated as, like, a villainess or something like that, or, like, the main character. So he gets... I think he's actually a mob or something like that. Maybe that's the last one. No, it's not that one. Oh my gosh. Of course, the one time I can't recall this freaking anime. Ugh. It's gonna drive me nuts. But they have like a really heavy like servant tea situation that's very reminiscent of this. I also wouldn't imagine, you know which one I'm talking about? And like she's, so like the girl that he's like battling against or whatever, whether knowingly or unknowingly, she's like dating the prince, and this guy like rizzes up the prince's mom. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, is that eclectic enough? Does that make enough sense to you? Like, they're doing the like reverse maid cafe situation where it's like a butler cafe or whatever, and he like rizzes up the queen basically, and it really pisses the prince off, and he does not care for that. He is not very happy about that. He's like, dude, that's my mom. And he's like, what about it? And it's like wild. Okay. So we finally have, wow, all the servants. I could have sworn that we were going to learn more of the people. Trapped in a Dating Sim. Yeah, that sounds like the one. And then he also has to like race some dude for a bunch of money or something like that, and he wins. It's crazy. I think there's magic in that one too.
Genji-san, お元気そうですね。おかげさまでバトラ様こそ親方様の若い。俺がってことは、さぞやじい様は若い。ここからはシャノンにどうぞこち。
Okay. Yeah, this is the one dude that gives, okay, so he also has a little crest on him. So I wonder if that means he's like a third brother or something like that. So like, you know, like, instead of not being, so being the third son of like, you know, a noble house or whatever, instead of going somewhere else, you would just like, I guess, be the head serving staff after a couple of generations. I feel like you would just send these people to other households though, but could be wrong.
Ah, no, just on the.
ああ、バトルがいつからだ。
確か、僕の記憶が正しければ。
さようでござい。一昨年の4月に。
小さなわざわざ書かせ。
Okay, who's this weird child? In her prime, she looks like 8. Crazy.
De?
She looks way too young.
誰だい?
Oh, I don't like that. That's the witch the grandfather's obsessed with? Why does she have the same face? Why does she have the same face shape as this child? Why is that?
Beatrice.
Isn't that how old this little girl is? Bro, do not gaslight me right now, I swear. Isn't she 9? 8 or 9, this chick? Yeah, Maria's like 8 or 9. You're telling me right now that this, if you didn't superimpose this face on this face, they wouldn't be the same? She's just like trying to do like the... You better not have been. I better not be seeing the character slander of my favorite character in the series right now. Yes, the woman in the portrait looks similar in age to this young child right here, bro. Are you not seeing this right now? Look at her face shape. Look at his face shape. The older you get, the thinner your face gets, and the longer, I guess, in these things. That's one of like the first things they teach you about drawing animes. They have giant bulbous heads because they're like children or whatever, and it's to illustrate like the roundness of youth. And then when you draw older characters, you lengthen their face. It's like a big thing that like everybody got all caught up in when we were reading through Apothecary Diaries or whatever, because they're like, oh, between the Apothecary Diaries manga and the Apothecary Diaries anime, they're drawing her too, like, chibi style. They're drawing her too close to, like, being younger. You know what I mean? Like, but she just is, I mean, listen, sometimes people are just, like, have younger features or whatever. Like, obviously, I'm not really the person to be, like, throwing stones here. But, like, there's, like, they're awful close to the millimeter line. I guess. Are you sure? No, they don't look the same. Like, they don't look related. But, like, their features, like, the length of the ear in relation to the length of the ear, the, like, roundness of the face or whatever. I'm saying the witch in the picture looks like a child, is what I'm saying. She looks way too young to be in her prime, is what I'm saying. Bro, are you seriously gaslighting me right now? I'm wanting some, like... I fucking hope she's not a child. That'd be crazy. Because look how old that old man was. Like, there's... Unless it's a situation... Okay, here is the caveat I give here. That witch looks young as fuck. I'm just saying. If Pop is trying to, like... If Pop is trying to crack this young witch, that's a problem. That goes in the problems category of this game. But if he's just, like, drawing, like, I don't know, like 20-year-old woman or something like that, sure. If she just like is at an angle or whatever. Listen, if that witch is beneath consent, then I understand why this island is cursed and all the seagulls have fled. It's at an angle. Okay. We better see an in-person of-age woman, I swear. Oh, okay. Okay. Just an artistic choice, I see. Listen, you can't be too careful if you're on an island with rich people, okay? Like, fair enough. Just a little gun shy about ages of consent in islands, okay? It's just a little too close to the forefront. Alright, I guess her ears do look kind of small. The tale of the witch. No, there's definitely a witch. 100%. Pop-Pop was talking about it. All he wants to do is spells. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. You know what I mean? This also doesn't look finished. Maybe she's just in a chair. Not a fantasy. No such thing as witches. Oh, okay. I see. So this is in no way paranormal. Apothecary Diaries is peak. It is slightly faster paced than Freerun, but I think it's on par with how good it is. Oh, so this is like a Scooby-Doo style, like, paranormal, where it's like, oh no, the spooky ghost is wandering everybody off of this area, but it's actually like a dude in a costume or whatever, like that level of like supernatural? Or is it like that one Scooby-Doo thing that completely defeats the entire point I'm making here, where it was in fact the one time it was supernatural? God damn you, Scooby-Doo. Yeah, this food is ice cold, by the way. Just a random white woman just causing all kinds of problems on this island. Hilarious. Just one Germanic woman is like, I'm going to put this entire estate into ruin in a single generation. Peak. Helen of Troy type shit. Alright, let's see this spread. Okay. Yeah. Based off of age, relation to the head of the household. And who's at the end of the table? Nobody is at the end of the table? Ah, boy, girl, boy, girl. That's not a bad ratio and age gap. Just sit them in their chairs, game. You're trying to make me think left and right. And you will fail. If I can just see where they're sitting, I'll remember where they're sitting. But the third from the first to the second to the right. Impossible. Well, yes, I understand. Yeah, so instead of being sat next to your wife, you're sat next to your child, and all the wives sort of have to be on their own end.
お久しぶりですね。ずいぶん背が伸びました。
あ、食ったり食べたり食事したりしてたらいつの間にかこんな身長に。
さすが男の身長はいく
180かな。つうかおばさん、そこは。
Excuse me? Okay.
Ah.
Yeah, I didn't really get his joke there either. Facts. Because here's the thing, if the customer service is bad, Max, and the food is bad, you won't go back. But if the customer service is shit, but the food is excellent, you'll keep coming back. Oh my gosh, imagine having that kind of power. You just show up an hour late, nobody gets to eat until you show up. You just take your sweet time, you're just up there like playing Fortnite. You're like, fuck. Man, I'm getting pretty late, aren't I? And I'm like, nah, it's cool, I've got snacks. And then you just wait to go down there. Such aura.
遅えな、俺の記憶じゃ。
まあ、6年前は最近はそうでもね。というか、もうさすがに今日くらい。まあ、私は来ない方が気楽で嬉しいけどよ。
If I got head of the household privileges, oh, guys, you think I'm late to stream? Be a fucking hour late to dinner. I'd be like, oh, sorry, I got caught up. Ridiculous. Meanwhile, I've had like a grilled cheese already, like a sneaky, like abusive power grilled cheese.
Jessica.
Guys, have you ever had a grilled cheese with honey mustard? That would be actually super dope right now. Just like a perfectly crusted, like ciabatta bun grilled cheese. But like, not the, not like a Dijon that's like a little bit like too much to it, but like a slightly Dijon-y honey mustard where it's got like a little bit of heat to it. And then like perfectly toasted with like, maybe not provolone, maybe mozzarella cheese with like a little bit of Colby Jack. I guess wouldn't Colby Jack just be like the mixture of those two cheeses? Wow, yeah, they're gonna sit down there for a while. Yeah, hell yeah. It's our dude Kinzo, he's back. Hell yeah. Nice. He doesn't give a fuck, you guys. Oh, this is the king right now. Crazy. We stan Kinzo, okay? He's our favorite. Does he still smell like he's rotting? Because that's even funnier. Like, you're an hour late to dinner, you show up, and it's just the immediate waft of dying flesh, and you're like, Yay! So crazy to just show up at these people are starving, right? They're sitting there, they've been waiting for hours, and you show up reeking of booze, having already had like a light little snack on your own. Ah. Very well. Oh my gosh. When the evil advisor becomes the king, you guys. Crazy.
やかましその音叩けば扉は開かれるとそのバカもお前もそうお父さん年に一度の親族会議の日ではあり皆下に集まってどうかおいで
I know. I'm doing this shit on purpose. This is the dad, by the way, so we're about to have a full roster right now. Yeah. Well, no, we've got this one more person over here. Crazy old man. Demonic absinthe. Popov's getting tweaked, you guys. That's crazy. I have to commune with the gods, kids. I can't show up to dinner. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, why is he blonde? Whatever, I guess.
金蔵さん、あんたの顔を見に、ちょっと顔を見せてやった。うるさい、黙れ。私に意見、貴様など呼んではおらん。You dare admonish me? 源氏を呼べと言ったのだ。
Peak irrational king sentence. Love that. Delicious.
さあ、急ぎ。時間は常に有限だ。人たちはすでにラッパを。
Oh, we love an old man on his deathbed having a crash out moment. Some of the best villain monologues.
なぜにいつもすべてを捨てよ。ああ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の微笑みをもうおお、イナゴの軍団長たち。ああ、すべてが汚らわしい。なぜこの貴重な一日に私は邪魔を受けねばならぬのか。
Oh my god. Old man tries to make a pact with the devil. Most affected.
何を怒鳴ってるのか。もう頭がどう。クラウスさん、実のお父さんに。親父はすでに死ん。ここにいるのはいずれにせよ本人に。金蔵さん。私は下にゴーダの自慢のランチをこれ以上無駄に冷ましてしまうこと。親類たちにとって当家での数少ない。
Wow. What a disrespectful cur. He's just going to eat despite the fact that his father specifically wishes he not? Unbelievable. He's a cough to death, old man. I'm gonna go eat this roast duck.
親父殿が相手を頼む。かしこまりま。南條先生、食事に行き、いつまでもここにいると。
Oof. Wow. I wonder if this is the old man's brother. I feel like that's something that people would do. Kenzo would starve them into... He should! He's raised a bunch of seagulls, is what he's done. Mine, mine, mine. Unbelievable.
すまんが、頼みます。はい。お酒はなるべくあれは常習性が強い。 源氏はまだ何者が源氏。
さあ、ここは。
すみません。
親方様、源氏でご。
源氏か。何故はそこにはだ。
はい、私だ。
Okay. I thought it said old-fashioned like the beverage, so I was like, Oh, he submitted himself like a Faraday box kind of situation. Okay.
源氏、私は
はい。
Thrown into a mountain. Oh, okay. Man, I gotta refill this. Here, 1 second, you guys. We're gonna take a short break. Get your drinks. Use the bathroom. Get a little snack. And we will... Oh no, you're right. They did redo this. No. Why? Why would you update Twitch? I have to add these things back in here? Ugh. Gotta love when they update something and then they completely, like, change all of your shit. Ugh. Edit. Okay. We're gonna take a quick break, get a snack, get a drink. We'll be back in, I guess, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Alright. I guess I could have just went straight to that one. Duh. Okay, there we go. Had grown into a mountain, not into the mountain. Okay, so Kinzo's super into the occult. And also, his youngest granddaughter is super into the occult. Right? Yeah. Giving us way too much information about Absinthe, I think. Would the people that would even typically play this game be able to even order Absinthe? That's wild. That they'd be like, hey there, kids. Like, we're going to teach you all about the dangers of drinking and how fun being a cult is. It's like, listen. Like, pick a sin game, you know what I mean? It's like, we're gonna have the embodiment of, you know, consumption. Oh, yeah, well, maybe. Hey, he has another one in his office. I just noticed that he's got another one of her in his office. He just got shrines of Beatrice all over the damn place, except, no, yeah, that's the same direction. I was gonna say it's a different direction. He's just got her, like, pointing out all of the things. Yeah, but, like, you shouldn't, you know what I mean? So he's just, like, suffering from withdrawals. Hi, Mr. Kitty. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Oh. Oh. What a good long boy. You know that you don't have any more ham, right? Yeah. You ate all the ham. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's nice, Mr. Kitty. That's nice. Yes, I'll hold you. Yes. There we go. Yeah, you might be a little bit big for this. I don't know if I can, yeah. I don't know if I can hold you that comfortably. Hold on. There's kind of just like a natural dip. There you go. There. Now you can lay kind of flat. He's just such a long cat. I think we measured him the other day. He's like 36 inches. So I only have like so big of a lap, you know, for this little kitty. And he's just too large. So like he's too large for the screen. Hi, sweetie. Oh, you're so sweet. Such a cute kitty. Alright, so he's back from Crazy Town. Right? Such a large kitty. The largest kitty. Oh, I wish you ate as much as you needed to be such a large cat. Yeah. You're just too athletic and petite for Mommy's taste. Oh. Man, he's just cracking back these absence.
もったいないお言葉です。私とお前の飲めとも言う。いただきます。お前が作るのを真似ているのだが、どうにも同じ味が出ぬ。お前が作る方がうまい。ありがとうございます。親方様のご指導の賜物です。互いに老いたな。年を数えることも。今日まで過ごすことをお許しいただけた。息子たちは誰もが私を大勢いた使用人も皆私を恐れてやめていった。
Is this old man realizing all too late that he needed to use a canary trap?
お前だ。もったいないお言葉です。私の息子たちは私の遺産がいつ頃。クラウスの愚か者は金を湯水のように使い、それで金を稼げたなどとも。エヴァは金の亡者だ。あやつ死んだらガラにして出しまで。ルドルフの間抜けは女。ローザはどこの馬の骨ともわからん男の赤ん坊。ジェシカは無能で無学だ。ジョージにはバトラーは後ろ宮家の栄誉を自ら捨ておった愚か者だ。マリアなど見るのも汚らわしい。
What?
なぜだ、なぜに後ろ宮の血はこうも無能なのか。
Bit of a weird throw towards Maria. I mean, she's annoying, but like obscene to the eye is a crazy thing to say.
私の築き上げたい。ああ、わかっておるとも。これがベアトリー。黄金の魔女め。憎みたく逃げたければ逃げるがよい。逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ。お前は常に私の我が鳥かごにて永遠にはベアとなぜに。おベア。
Old man's losing it.
すまん。
Right, she was doing tricks on it for sure.
ゆえに。私は決心した。
Absolutely. I mean, when a Germanic bitch breaks it down, you know what I'm saying?
ぼやき切った妖精を怠慢に過ごすことなど、もはや耐えられ。この身に魔法の力は日本古来の呪術である牛の国参りがそうであろう。7日間儀式を目撃されてはならないというリスクを支払うからこそ困難なリスクが生じる。神話に登場する数々の奇跡は天文学的。モーゼが海を割ったのは蹂躙の計りに乗せられ軍勢によって航海に追い詰められた。同じことが同じ規模で繰り返され。なぜならモーゼは力ある者たちのルーレットのその天文学的確率に勝利。そう奇跡をつかみ取る強大な魔力を売るため。魔力持たぬ者はそれを賭けでなく自分を実現し、真に魔力ある者はその奇跡をつかみ取り神秘を成就させるのだ。 もしも私に私はその奇跡をつかみ取るだろう。もし私にその奇跡をおー、ベアトリーチェ、お前どれほどの月日を経ようとも、ただお前からあの日からの栄光を富もめい、お前に私はただ5勝。
He becomes nonsensical and begins to scream. Crazy. Poor Genji, huh? Genji's the one been letting him get drunk and crazy for years.
せっかくこうして1年ぶりの会合に集まってくれた諸君と昼食を共にできない。ゴーだ。
かしこまりました。それでは本日の昼食を始めさせていただきます。
That's a bad servant because the old crazy man is your boss, not his son, and you do well to remember that. You know what I mean? He is not the head of this household yet. Okay? So the fact that you're taking anything that he's saying as the gospel truth right now is bad form. Bad job. You should be struck and beaten for this.
南條先生、せめて顔くらい見せてくれ。
体調というよりは、こればかりはつける。
おいおい、機嫌
The doctor's in league here.
そりゃないぜ。こっちとら、秋のクソ忙しい時期にスケジュール都合して、それをよ。
ご機嫌は伺う。それとも、不機嫌な親父殿を私に代わり。
まさか。
I'm actually trying to get me canceled right now talking about black girl magic on stream. I have to remain impartial. You know what I mean? But if you ask me privately, some of the best black girl magic I've ever experienced personally is one of these cool chicks making sure I didn't get arrested or human trafficked. That was pretty magical to me personally. I will always be very happy to my black friend that was like, hey, don't get human trafficked. And I was like, you know, she's so real for that. I appreciate that because you would not imagine how difficult it is to find someone of a certain persuasion that is not going to get you kidnapped and pimped. You know what I mean? Crazy. Once again, speaking of pimps, if you've joined the Discord, we have both book and movie recommendations. I think I need to put game recommendations on there too. It's about time, you know what I mean? But in the book recommendations, I highly recommend Pimp, a book by Iceberg Slim. And that's such a fun book. Such a nice book. What kind of food would there be? How much tea will be spilled? Listen, if they don't have little cakes, I am throwing such a fit. Because how are you going to make us wait this whole time and you haven't created me a several hours long dessert? What is it, Mr. Kitty? What is it? You want me to turn on the heaty blanket? Is that why you're over here? Because you're cold? Yeah. Is that it? You know that this blanket's not heated. I should get another heated blanket for them. They're so spoiled. Yeah, absolutely. First of all, cake is not that hard to make, and you can make it in like an hour, I guess, depending on how large the cakes are and how much they need to be prepared and stuff like that. You can make cake in like an hour. Now, like those little tarts and stuff like that, those take all fucking day to make. They're so good, but they're not as good as cake, and they take like 4 to 5 times as long. So, I mean, they're good. Like, I have these, like creme brulee style tarts one time with, I want to say it was like smoked like peaches on the top or whatever. Really good. But like, I wouldn't say it's as good as like a peach cobbler when it's done right. And it takes like way less time to make peach cobbler. You know what I mean? So it's like, I guess if we're just like showing off technical skill and like artistry in the kitchen, sure. But like cake, like bitch, go in the kitchen and make me a cake. Like, are you serious right now? My tea's been cold. My lunch is cold. If you don't bring me some cake right now, I swear. Oh, speaking of, you guys, this was going to be, this is a good time right now because we've got like another 3 hours left. I almost forgot to do the giveaways. So if you would like to do the giveaway for, guys, we almost missed it 2 streams in a row. So who knows what could possibly be in this giveaway box? Who could possibly say? If you don't already know, that's perfect because it's kind of subscribers only is the giveaway. But if you watch the last couple of streams where I've brought up the giveaway, I do like a whole unboxing of it and stuff like that. So you'll be able to like go see like what you're working with. But we are going to, let's see, how many minutes in 2.5 hours? 150. Okay, so we are going to set this giveaway to be done like 2.5 hours from now. So I'm going to just go ahead and get that started, and then we'll see who wins. You can participate on, I believe, YouTube and Twitch. Just make sure you put that on there. I'll check here periodically that you guys are, yep, Max, you're checked in on that. And then at the end of this, you know what I mean? Depending on the shipping on this, because it is kind of an irregular size, depending on what the shipping on this is to send wherever, there'll be some extra goodies going with this box if I can fit those shipping wise. So we'll do that. Make sure that you guys submit on there, okay? Because once it closes, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how to recalibrate it or restart it. So this is a one and done giveaway. And then we've got maybe a couple more things that I'd like to put on a giveaway as well. I think that you guys would be really interested in. But those next ones will roll out in the next couple of months. I don't want to do these too frequently, but I do think you guys deserve a little bit of a treat since we went into 2026 as a Twitch affiliate. That's pretty cool. So definitely time for like a celebratory giveaway. Okay, we've got that done, so that's all started. And
そんなこと親父殿に直接聞いてみるといい。もっとも声をかけない方。
源氏さんだけだよ。情けないぜ。自分の親の機嫌をしよう。
ジェシカ、余計なことは。
Oof. Yeah, and that's her dad. Okay, so hold on. So I'm pretty sure we have everybody, yeah? Oh my god, it's taking forever to put the dad on here. Fine. Guess we'll just wait for the dad to be on here.
おじいさまは特に強い気力をお持ちだからね。でも体が必ずしもそれに伴えるとは限らないよ。
I think it's when the main character meets them, not when we meet them. So it's when Battler meets them that I think it cues it in.
去年からずっと余命3ヶ月って言われ続けてる。
Yeah.
最初の診断が正しいなら、気づか
Kinzo is the only exception. Kinzo. Which one's Kinzo? Oh my god. Did I really forget his name that quickly? I thought that the... What? That's super weird that the dad has shown up but not the grandfather. Crazy. What is this indicative of? Have we switched chapters? Are we on a different chapter? Will it tell us? Ahem. Oh, that's a chapter break. Okay. So we're gonna save again. Just to be safe. Episode 1. Oh, chapter 4 of 10. Is that what that is? Or is that the date? Okay. How do you know what chapter we're on? Like, it doesn't say any of the chapters anywhere, does it? Oh, I see. Episode 1, Chapter 4. Oh, I see. No worries. Just now that I can kind of see that, like, you know, well, I don't know. I guess, didn't you say that they were all, like, different sizes, so it, like, doesn't tell us really anything? Just like The Last of Us, where it's like, oh, okay, this is a chapter, but this one's 30 minutes and this one's 4 hours long, and it's like, I see. That's crazy. Yeah. I try to make my chapters, like, pretty consistent. But I guess there would be, like, kind of a natural ebb and flow of, like, how things go and stuff. That makes sense, especially in a mystery. Mr. Kitty, I can't help that this thing keeps tickling your nose. Okay, you picked a very courted time in Mommy's day for it to want to be held. And I get it, my little dude. Here, I'll try and have it come over here so it doesn't wriggle in your face as much. Oh, hello. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Okay, so oldest, second, third, and then the younger one. Before I answer, you're going to need to tell me a type of fish. I'm curious which one comes to mind for you. Okay, is that the last guy? Salmon? Okay, that's a respectable fish. Salmon, tuna. Okay, excellent. Do you know there's like 13 different types of tuna? All characters introduced. Finally! Okay, I was wondering who this, like, one clear all the way down here was going to be. Nanjo. You know, oh, Tiramisu, that's right. I gave him a nickname and I totally forgot, you guys. How embarrassing. Excellent, excellent. I've been bear maxing, so I've got fish on the brain. And I did try and talk to a guy about his fishing trip the other day, and I got totally rejected. I was like, hey, catch anything good out there? And he's like, did. Caught a perch. And I was like, cool, cool. And they just, like, did not seem to want to continue talking. And I was like, I was going to tell him about the kind of fish I like to catch. And then we could have talked about fishing, and he just wasn't having it. Interesting. So far, these are each unique fish. I failed a skill check? How did I fail a skill check? Mackerel's pretty good. It's one of your favorites, isn't it? He loves mackerel, but only blended. He doesn't like the crunchy bones. Your sister loves them, though. She loves a nice crunch. Very fond of crickets. Those are her favorite. That's quite a bit of fish. I'll give you that. I literally moved this cord out of your face, and then you moved to a place where this will bother you. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, Mr. Kitty? I know that you think that you're having a really bad time right now, but all of the things that are upsetting you are your fault, which is so meta for me this week, but it's okay, Mr. Kitty. I know I'm not as cozy as you want me to be. That's my bad, okay? And I understand that, but you can't be a little grumbles. You can't be a little grumbles down there, okay? I offered to turn your heaty blanket on. Sorry, my child's throwing a fit. Mr. Kitty. Haddock. That's something I haven't heard in a minute. Yeah, he loves a good mackerel. Look at him down here. Just look at these owl ears. I guess not. I can't really show you his little owl ears without irritating him further. He's like, you useless bitch. Like, you're supposed to hold me and be comfortable. Lay down so that I can lay on you. And it's like, Mr. Kitty, buddy. It's 11:15 on Friday. You know what time it is. I told you even an hour earlier than usual. I was like, hey, Mommy's gonna be doing mystery business. He's like, he doesn't care. He's pissed off about it. Oh, poor Mr. Kitty. He has not... Listen, nobody knows how Mr. Kitty suffers. Okay, Mr. Kitty does not care for any kind of schedule change. Yeah, usually you get your snuggles earlier in the day on Fridays, but not today. Now his schedule's all off and he's all in a mood. I swear, you guys, I put like all of my autism and all these cats in just like different quantities, like Horcruxes. Yeah, I've been known to stream other games. We just actually finished. Hold on. All these alerts. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I do stream Monday and Friday, sometimes bonus streams Wednesdays and Saturdays. That is correct. Excellent work, Kaza. Do I play any other games? So, I think the first game we, like, in earnest really started was Baldur's Gate. We played a bit of Baldur's Gate. Love that game. Got, like, 600 hours in that game. Peak. If you haven't already played it, highly recommend it. Then we played The Wolf Among Us in anticipation of The Wolf Among Us 2, which I hope will be debuting in 2026, if they have not, in fact, spent all of that developer money on strippers and blow. So, we can only hope, right? And then we played through, let's see, The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. That was tough. If I'm being honest, you guys, that was a tough one for me. And then we played through The Walking Dead, which was peak. We played through Telltale Walking Dead. We gave Telltale another shot, and it was fantastic. And then we played a bit of Killer Frequency most recently, but we maybe are going to hit another one of those again. Favorite hobbies besides gaming? Let's see. I don't know, probably animal husbandry. I really like, you know, just sort of like tilling the land type of shit. I am actually looking to, towards the end of February, maybe beginning of March, debut a second channel that is like all outdoor stuff. It's like gardening and taking care of chickens and just like sort of being outside and being in nature and stuff like that. And that one is going to be on the Nature Chick 3 stuff. So I think it's the Nature Chick 3 on YouTube. And then I think it's just Nature Chick 3 on Twitch. If you go down to my recommended channels, it's like added there for your convenience, so you don't have to search it. Bit of a pain to search, if I'm being honest, since I haven't really messed with it in the last decade. But we will be getting that going. That is an active project that I'm working on. And then also I have written 2 novels. So the first novel I wrote is called Bite. It is a vampire romantasy. And then, thank you, appreciate that. And then, of course, my other novel is Clear all the way over there. Excellent. So the next novel that I wrote, of course, I have a cranky kitty in my lap, is Where the Feedback Ends, and that's a contemporary fiction about 2 girls that used to be friends and how the one girl, and maybe even the other one, did not take that so well. And sort of the trajectory of their lives. It's got musicians making bad decisions, you know. And my stream is pretty relaxed, actually, which is wild. That's the second time I've gotten that as a compliment, and I don't understand it at all, because I would not consider myself relaxed. I'm a bit high strung, if you can believe that. What is my skincare routine? I don't go outside. No, I'm kidding. I go outside quite a bit in the spring and summer, actually, but I'm kind of nocturnal, so I'm not like in the heat of the day sun all the time. I also have a light right here because this room gets quite dark. So I'm pretty white, though. I won't lie. I'm pretty light skinned, which is crazy because all of my whiteness comes from my dad's side. My mom has a lot of like Mediterranean, like Italian genes on her side, so she's quite dark. Let's see. This one. I'm pretty white is an understatement. Listen, okay, I'm not that white, you guys, because like I said, one of my ex-girlfriends made it look like she looked like the porcelain moonlight against my skin. So that's how I know that there is in fact a whiter white. And I know the other light skins like me are not going to appreciate that, but there's always someone whiter than you. And if there's one thing I've learned from Asian cultures is there's always someone whiter than you. By the way, where am I from? I am from the Pacific Northwest, more specifically Idaho. It's the state that looks like a gun. I get that a lot. A lot of people think I'm saying Ohio. Not saying Ohio. Such a nice place. It is. It's pretty cool. I mean, if you ignore, like, you know, the Wolverines, like, that's not too bad. I'm from U.S. Virginia. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I want to say we've got a decent following in Virginia, which is nice. Appalachia is like a really cool. It's like if the like superstitions and stuff of the swamps meets like the kind of like rugged outdoorsmanship of like the West, like the mountain areas. I do not live in the mountains of Tibet, and I am not a Tibetan monk. However, RIP to one of the homies that did, in fact, travel from the United States to Tibet to be a monk, as well as to... He's such a cool dude, funny enough. Miss that guy a lot. But he's like such a crazy dude. Did I ever tell you guys I like wrote a paper on... Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So I actually met this guy when I was in high school. He's like one of my hippie grandfather's friends, and I'm like, oh, what a cool dude. And I wrote a paper on him actually because he owned a lot of exotic animals. So he owned, so crazy. He owned a bobcat when he was young, like just a bobcat. He owned one, and then he also owned like a cougar, like Felis concolor. He owned one of those, and that was pretty cool. Oh, well, it depends on what you're going to suggest, because we already kind of have like a ranking system for suggestions here, but we'll see. We'll see if we can accommodate that. And then he also owned a wolf, not a wolf dog, a wolf. And then I was like, that's so crazy. So I write this whole paper on him, and a couple of years goes by, and it turns out he has flown to Nepal, and he is going to be a monk there. Right? And in order to like pay his way or whatever, he like made wood stoves in Nepal. And it's just like all his like crazy stories and stuff like that. Like such a cool guy. If this guy wasn't like a complete Luddite, which is a term here used for a person that like doesn't use technology in any sense of the word, he would have been such a peak YouTube guy, like straight up. He would have been like the Jeremy Wade of just doing regular like... Oh my gosh, another one? Man, we are getting so many of those. That's so crazy, you guys. No, like, that's like number 10, and it's only like the very beginning of the second month of the year this year. Isn't that... Dude, it's like they do like this really slow burn stuff where they just like needle you with questions, and then it's like, hey, actually. No, from the get. From the get, dude. I feel like it's almost always a girl, too, which I'm like, dang it. Man, if this isn't the straight girl getting hit on at the club in, like, real time with all of these, like... And here's the thing. My predatory instincts from years of working in adult entertainment, and I'm just like, oh, this about to be a whole time waster right now. So funny. Anime hoes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Crazy. Nice. Yeah, you were pretty quick with it. Here's the thing. I was seeing this other girl, and whenever she has any of those in her chat, she goes, guards, guards, summon the guards. And I'm like, I like that. I might just take that from her. Guards, throw him on his head, please. To the dungeons. Concrete to skull, please. Guards. Guards. Amazing. Well, I mean, yeah. Goldsmith? Oh my gosh. You have no power here, witch. Crazy. You guys are so funny. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. At the very least, I got a nice tidy list of different fishes. Like, dance for me, puppet, dance. You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to understand why everybody just shit posts to those spam callers and stuff like that. Because, you know, dance, monkey dance. Like, you're in here, we're going to make fun of you, and then you're going to get banned. Because it's like, I mean, imagine, like, scamming in this year of our Lord 2026. Like, grow up. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. The first generation goes way too hard in the paint. And then the second generation, year of Our Lady 2026. Nice catch. Excellent. I like that. I like that better. You guys are doing such a good job keeping the cult on the straight and narrow. That was a test, actually, and you passed. So, let me just really quickly distribute some treasure. Let's see here. That's crazy. I'm not seeing you in the Discord, bro. That's crazy. Vosh, are you not in the Discord? Damn, who am I gonna give this +1 level to? Well, Vosh, if you are in the Discord and it's just under a different name, you let me know. And I'll get you that straight away. Ooh, a tier list. Show me this tier list now. Oh, I have to make the... I gotta make the tier list? Okay, 1 second, you guys. Properties. There we go. Whip. The tier list. Yay! Okay. So... Oh, that's a little annoying. Okay. No. There we are. Ugh. Ads. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just going to crop this insipid ad out. I'll just do that. Like, So annoying. Oh, what if we just made this ad as obnoxious as possible? That'll make people want our product. Just ass. Ridiculous. Okay. Alright, so what we were doing is going to change it immediately. Yeah, okay. Should have known that was going to happen. Okay, there we go. We don't really need to see over there. Okay, there we go. So this is our tier list. I'm going to lock that into place. That's going to stay how that is. Oh my gosh. Once again, sorry, clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, so obviously he goes up here. He's here. Okay. Servant tier. Servant tier. She's pretty great. Good. Here. Here. Okay. Also in order of in order of us meeting them. Here, here. She is there. He is here. No, we meet him first. And then the aunt. We met like here-ish. Met him first. Yeah, no, this is so much easier than The Walking Dead. It's like The Walking Dead's like black guy from 15 feet away versus like half the time they don't even add them, which I'm like, the fuck? And then it's like 3 racially ambiguous guys at all different angles, go. And it's like, can you just, like, how hard would it have been to just like put their name under it? You know what I mean? Or at the very least, not take the only screenshot where they're like completely entrenched in darkness. Like, be so for real. I want to say, didn't we meet him first? You meet Rosa before Jessica, by the way. Like that? Yeah, Jessica's on the boat, and these people are all at the airport. Right, right. And we met her. We met her. Then we met him, and then it's the servants. Well, they're the serving class, but yeah, well, I guess, technically he goes first because all 3 of these have the little symbol on them, but then, like, the old woman's my favorite, just so you guys know. Genji did show up at a single frame. Yeah, but he's already at the, he's already kind of at the bottom anyway, so. This isn't, okay, so, yeah. So, the way that I'm doing it, just so you guys know. Oh my gosh. Fearless, you better behave. Okay, so, here, we're gonna just make this just a touch bigger for you guys. Again, we don't need, whoa. We don't need all this extra space. Okay, so here's how we've got it. So first of all, we've got the goat, Kinzo, up at the top. Can't for the life of me understand how I forgot his name that one time. Yikes. Then we have Nanjo. And then we have this like wonderful, I'm getting like Gomez Adams vibes off of him. And then like just like a happy dude that just loves his wife, like just kind of a chill guy, you know? And then Karate Chop Aunt, and then stepmom, and then we've got his older bro cousin, then we've got his dad Rudolph, then we have Rosa, or Hime aunt, then we've got Jessica, high ponytail aunt, and Kraus, her husband. Then we have Maria, the nightmare child from hell. We have Toso or whatever. I don't know. I can't remember what his name is. He's giving me Yuki vibes. So we've got Yuki. Then we have he 1000% exact same character model to the guy at in Fruits Baskets. Then we have, well, it's Nanjo, but Tiramisu. Like, I gave him like a little nickname and I keep forgetting it. Because he just looks like a guy that just wants a little tiramisu, you know what I mean? But I keep forgetting the tiramisu thing, but it's like so peak because like I too would just like a little tiramisu instead of having to deal with the nonsense of this family. It's so cute. He's like the little, you know, like the little banana split dog in Hello Kitty. It's like Pompadour or something like that. Just like a cute little guy is what I see every time I see him. You know what I mean? He's just such a nice dude. You know what I mean? And then, where were we at? And then Old Fox Woman, love her. Miss Kitsune down here. I guess it'd be it would be a Kitsune. If it was Chinese, it'd be a Hulijin, but it's Kitsune because it's Japanese. And then we have regular name lady. Shannon. I was close. Shannon. She seems like a Rachel to me. I would call her Rachel. You know what I mean? So we've got Rachel, and then we've got the worst butler I've ever heard of. But it's fine. Cool. Sharon, listen. Kraus. Okay. Nice. Oh. 1 second. I don't think I can amend that now. Whoops. Of course I can't amend that. Lame. Oh, man. Dang it. It says subscribed, but I basically mean like following. Like you don't have to pay money to be part of this giveaway. But I think I should have made that more clear because sometimes it's following, sometimes it's subscribing. Subscribe is YouTube. I think follow is on Twitch. Maybe I wasn't entirely clear in my wording there. So if you weren't certain if you could join the giveaway because you thought that you had to like be paying for a subscription or whatever, it's just followers and subscribers. I don't know the difference fundamentally between those two things. I will amend that in the future to be more clear. But yeah, I basically just mean like don't just like show up here never having intentions of like being like part of the stream or whatever and like just be doing giveaways because like this isn't going to be like a giveaway thing. So if you're following for like giveaway things in the future, that is a mistake on your part. Mr. Kitty, you're so heavy. Oh my gosh, no. You're literally putting my hips to sleep. If you could just... Oh. Ah. Yeah. That's not a great place for Mr. Kitty. Oh my god, my legs are so sore. Ah. Ooh. Nice. Well, the good news is, Max, so far, You're in the running for the giveaway. Like, you're killing it. So I think you get, does it give you multiple raffles? You can put in multiple entries, I think. If you want to hedge your bets, I suppose. That's crazy. If that's the case, I can't believe that I set up a raffle like that. But I also can't change how the raffle is set up, since it's already begun. Yeah, you just gave yourself another raffle ticket. That's crazy. What a wild setup. It makes sense, though. So I think that makes sense. Like, if you set it up for subscribers or whatever, you would allow, like, a certain amount of raffles per subscribers or whatever. I think it has it set up so that you could implement a system like that. That's interesting. Oh, no, time math. That's crazy. Uh-huh. Oh no, not a temporarily displaced rich family. Oh man, what a tragedy for these people. Okay. That's crazy. Leveraging your toenails is wild. He said all in, absolutely. Is this historical fiction? Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you have the, here's the cool part about investing. If you have the capital, if you put the appropriate, like fractional risks into different things, it doesn't actually matter if even half of those don't pan out. The ones that do hit pay off the other investments if you did them proportionally. Right, so it's just historical fiction then. Okay. Oh. Nice. That's pretty good. Like, to gain generational wealth in a single generation is crazy. I think there's something like it takes like 3 years to get it and like 1 year to lose it or something like that. It's like a very common practice in generational wealth where like this family line will build it up and then you get one bad generation and it just squanders all of it or loses it all or has some ill turn of fate and then it all goes away. Oh, strawberry milk. Thank you. God, that's so cute. Yeah, I would put that cow pattern that we designed on there. That would be cute. I think she's making... Hold on. I think the girl that made that... Okay, 1 second. Obviously, my kitty cat is cold. He's in a little tiny loaf instead of stretched all tight. So let me just turn on his heaty blanket real quick. Probably wasn't all luck. Did I miss a bit? Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I like that he just built a castle on an island and was like, what are you gonna fucking do about it? He definitely built this place for her. Oh my god. Real titan of industry, their grandfather. Strawberry milk. I'm gonna have a strawberry salad later, I think. I think I had like my good pasta earlier, but I think I'm gonna make some like spicy chicken, like berry salad later. Lots of strawberries. Although the best strawberries are those little teeny tiny, matcha for Squirrel? Nice. Love that. Yeah, eventually I'll be going to a matcha cafe. I think if I can swing it, that'll be one of our cool IRL streams, is going to the matcha cafe. I think that'd be fun. I would also love to go to that crepe spot again, but I think it's a little small to do like IRL streams in it. I feel like that's like one, like if it's a really cramped, like small space, like you gotta kind of like be respectful of the other patrons and stuff like that. But I think if it's like a bigger restaurant or something like that, it's not like necessarily as big of a deal because there's like a little bit more space. Like people won't feel as like all on top of each other as they do in like a smaller space, but those crepes were pretty good. You fell in love with a white woman, and that's how you guys gained all of your success. That's crazy. Pop Pop has the powers of divination, kids. You let him do whatever he wants. Where is the food everybody's been waiting on? Yes, thank you, Battler.
刺身のサラダで俺はすでに確信してたね。幸田さんは大したシェフ。しかも魚は近海で取れ、スーパーの刺身とはわけが違ったぜ。おいおいよせよ、育ちがバレち。
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで合田さんは多分その道。
よくは知らん。老舗ホテルでのれん分けだか派閥の分裂だか、そのトラブルで辞めざるを得なくなった。それでその時偶然おふく。
世の中というの、しかしそのおかげでこうして今日大勢の方の笑顔も嬉しい。お仕えすると決めた。
I mean, Chef that like low-key kind of fucked up the tea earlier.
繊細なお仕事ができるのもとても楽しいことでございます。これもすべて
応募のあった中で客観的判断に基づくもの。
失礼いたします。
それでは本日。
What is it? Let us see it. Show us the desserts. Oh my god, you'll show us everything if you don't show us this dessert right now. I do not care about this child right now. Show me the dessert. It's like, is this important or not? Like, show me the dessert. I can only have the dessert described to me. I have to look at everybody's tits eye level, but I can't have a dessert displayed in front of me for half of a second. You're telling me these people don't know how to illustrate fruit? The only thing these people can draw is melons? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
シャノンちゃん、この酸っぱいのは何のソースだい？
Who the fuck animated that? Who voice acted that? No. Literally. Really? You fucking kidding me? Is that all this bitch serves to do? Just gooner bait this whole plot line? I swear to God, Sharon, get the fuck out of my studio! She's so... Oh my god, what are you... Sharon, get the fuck out of here, okay? I can't stand the sight of you. You're pissing me off. Who knew that someone could possibly irritate me more than this little girl?
何の材料を使っていると思いますか？
わ、というか、熊沢のばあさんがそういう笑い方すると不気味
If
でなら
it's
ねえ。
Seagull, that'd be crazy. It's not Seagull though. It's probably like oranges or something.
で、
内緒、お耳をは。この酸っぱいの、実はお魚のサバの。
Huh.
ほう、サバは絞ったらこうなる。
うわよ。
Oh, it's like pickled mackerel.
I
do not understand this humor.
それでは本日はご来賓の皆様が大層お気
Oh,
に入り
panna
でござ
cotta
い
is
ました
delicious.
バラの庭園に
Just
ちなみ
fucking
ま
say
して
it's panna
パンナ
cotta.
コッタをローズガーデン風に散らしてございますバラの花びらはソースはストロベリーとローズヒップの2色の赤をご用意ストロベリーの甘味とローズヒップの酸味を交互にお楽しみになってください。
Rosehip has a ton of vitamin C in it, so I wouldn't doubt that. I know a decent amount of about rosehips too. I was going to make a cherry rosehip jam because now I do have to be careful because the vitamin C denatures at a decently low temperature, so you can't get it very hot. But you can mix it into like jams and stuff like that. So if you eat like a tablespoon of cherry rosehip jam, then it's like good for you in the winter or whatever when you're not getting enough vitamin C. We have like a ton of rosehips out here too. I just always forget to do it every year because you have to do it the day after it frosts because it like solidifies like it solidifies the like sugars within the berry, so it's actually like better tasting to process them like that. But I always forget. I'm always doing something. But that's been on my to-do list for quite a while now. You can eat rose petals though. Rose petals are fully consumable. They're in like a bunch of teas and stuff, I'm pretty sure. Now, I don't think they can be sprayed, but I'm pretty sure rose petals are edible. Well, at least I've eaten a ton. I wouldn't recommend it. The flavor's not fantastic, but yeah, panna cotta is pretty good. One of the panna cottas that I would really love to make is like a wild plum panna cotta. I had some of that ages and ages ago at this French patisserie, and it's so good. It's like a seasonal spiced plum compo with like little like shortcake crumbles on a freshly made like I think a vanilla panna cotta or maybe like a lemon panna cotta. Fucking transcendent. Delicious. I need to make that. That sounds real good. Like a creamier flan. If I recall correctly. Like a creamier version, like a slightly creamier version of flan, which by the way, flan also sounds pretty good. Just that general like gelatinous texture. I could eat so much of that. Like that's an insanely good texture. Now, however, once you go from gelatinous to chewy gristly, least favorite texture. Disgusting. Like I have to have my bacon like crunchy bacon. Like any kind of chew to it. A fate worse than death.
いかがですか?
相変わらずお客様をおもてな。
恐れ入ります。
Panna cotta is also pretty easy to
ローズ
make.
ヒップには頭痛奥様に特にお気に入りいただき。
そう、ありがとう。
ほら言った。ローズヒップは頭痛
みたいね。聞くといいんだけど。
合田さんなあ、後で無理ならあんたの欲しいあんたの腕がこの島その腕わしの
うちの合田を引きこれは困った。
Really? Is there like a difference in how it's prepared, or is it just the cut of the meat?
ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと。
じゃないと引き抜かれて、3食が熊沢さんのサバリ。
すっかり根に持たれてしまう。それでは失礼。夕食にはたくさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただき。
今晩はしめサバでキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
それは素敵ね。ついでに日本酒の
ロッケン島名物。
Weird humor.
熊沢さん。
Shannon dumb as fuck, you guys. She's gotta constantly be saved by everybody. She has no social graces. How the hell did she get employed? How has she been here for 10 years? Can't talk to any of these people. Ridiculous. You've been working at your job for 10 years and you're this bad at it? Yikes. Shannon, you're fired, okay? Get your things. Pack your bags. It's been a decade. It's been a decade and you can't fold a tablecloth. Bitch, get out of here. Ridiculous.
さっき源氏さんが確かそうそう、オーブンでこれからできたら。
Yeah, notice what got animated in this scene and not the first scene I complained about.
喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
That guy showed up to work. Elbow guy? Who can say? Who can say if the elbow guy shows up?
Butler 君。
バラでも見に行ったらええ。
Yeah, you don't want that annoying little kid having caffeine. Get her out of here.
でも天気には空はまだ明るいが、天気予報はふるふると繰り返しちょる。
Also keep in mind that you just have to be following, subscribed. So you don't actually have to be paying for a subscription. You just have to be like following the channel. I know that that's different for YouTube and for Twitch, but I don't understand the difference really. So as long as you're like part of the squad or whatever, you can join the giveaway. Also, you can enter in the giveaway multiple times. It's like a raffle, or at least that's how it's currently set up. So if you want to stack the deck in your favor, you go ahead. YouTube subscription or Twitch follow, correct. Exactly.
砂浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
Why that couldn't have been a standardized thing, I'll never know, but...
そっか。よし。じゃあ。
マリア、不屈もよ。
濡らさ
な。バトラ君。
おうや。ほう。お前もキリエにたまには俺の言うことも。
へっ。まっぴら行こうぜ、みんな。
How impudent.
ルドルフのところは良いことだ。
よせよ。
そうよ、ジェシカちゃん。これも夏日姉さんの教育の賜物ね。
どうも。
しかし、いつまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるバトラ君なんか道が。
体は大きくなりました。うちの主人も。
子供と大人の境ってどこな、私。
一児の母の言うことでは。
そう、私たちも大人同士よ。
These two, I bet they get along
だから
decent.
感情的にならず。
Well, first and second, I guess that makes sense.
知的な会話なら昔からいつもお前の嫌味は時に的を外している。昔から変わる。
昔からいつもですって？あらあら、その言葉をきれいに放送して。ねえ、ローズ。
Yeah, the tension in the room.
よせよ、ガキどもがいない間に。それこそ知的。去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。ってことは、すでにいつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
He should be dead by now. Why is this old bastard still in charge? Oh my god, they are a bunch of vultures.
当主様は、このような不穏当な話を、日も明るいうちからなさる。
だがな、夏日、こういうしょっぱい話は今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんな。これも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
Kinzo drank that doctor's note with some absinthe months ago. He's like, yeah, I'll take this with water. Glug. Ridiculous.
諸君の関心は親父殿のようじゃないか。南條先生、あなたから説明して彼らもそれをおのず。
Also seems like this doctor's not that great of a doctor. If he said, you have 9 months to live, and that was a year, or you have 3 months to live a year ago, he's still alive. It's like, well, clearly you're not tracking the progress of this debilitating disease fast enough, because it's like, he's drinking more than ever and he's still not dead. So it's like either you like missed a decimal somewhere or you're just like wishful thinking like your prognosis onto your patient. Like, yes, he's obviously actively rotting, but he's not in the grave yet. You're a bad predictor. He does smell dead though. No, absolutely, but your liver can regrow. So the thing about that is, if you're a really bad alcoholic and you stop being a really bad alcoholic, you could, like, potentially regrow a decent portion of your liver. Now, if you decide to be, just a shit can drunk for the rest of your life, your liver will just sort of melt in your body, and then, like, the cause of that, like, ruination and rot will seep through all of the pores of your body and make you smell like a corpse. So that'll be like a pretty dead giveaway that you've got a drinking problem, just in case any of you are thinking to yourselves like, I've been hiding my drinking problem super good. Well, there'll be a point where it'll literally be impossible. Like, there's no amount of like makeup you can put on your face. There's no amount of like shapewear you can put on. You will smell like a rotting corpse. So probably best to like kind of give up the ghost on that kind of a habit pretty early on. One, on account of the like rotting to death bit. That's like pretty high up there, I would say, on the priority list for reasons why not to be an alcoholic. But then immediately underneath that would be like just the regular negative side effects of that, like just, you know, just generally not being able to properly socialize. I think probably under that would also be like just the addiction base part of that, where it's like, now this thing is controlling you. You really have no autonomy because all you're thinking about is like this substance. So that's not good. Do you guys happen to remember those like commercials from the 90s where they'd be talking about like, you know, people smoking? I think it was, the focus was on tobacco at the time. So it was like, everybody's wanting to hang out with you and like do stuff with you. And it's like, just 1 second. And every time this guy is getting an opportunity or an invitation to like go out and do stuff, he like has to go out and have a smoke because his life is being controlled by his addiction. Like, he can't just move forward in his life and like experience things with his family and experience like developmental milestones and like things that you would hold dear, because he's being continually brought back to this like addictive cycle where he has to like go out and have a smoke, or and I mean, it's the same thing really with any of those vices. It's like, do you want to spend like time with your family and or better yet, your loved ones? Or do you want to like spend your time like with a bottle? Like, it just depends on like who you want to spend time with and how you want your life to go. But like, I think it's kind of objectively, in most cases, a better life to not do that. Now, who can say how Kinzo feels? Because these people are kind of low-key miserable to be around. Like, they're all kind of annoying.
余命3ヶ月という言葉が言われずとも余命というのはあくまでも見込みでさようです。ですから皆さんからたびたびお尋ねを受けますが、いつ亡くなる人の命は体が弱れば危うくもなりますが、それを補う心。
体はともかく。
キリエ。
ごめんなさい。
さようです。
Yeah, this is where him having a high constitution. Like, here's the thing. Does he have a high constitution, or is he just like of high strength or whatever? Like, which one of these would it be? There's constitution, strength, intelligence. What are the rest of them? Okay, so there's strength, it's not that. Dexterity, it's not that. I guess it would be high constitution. So if you are a debilitating alcoholic, you would have low constitution, but maybe because he's a drinker, that would be like a +4 like ability modifier or something like that. Because if you have a low constitution, you would get drunk. He's clearly drunk, but like high constitution, you can hold your alcohol, but like he can't hold his alcohol. He's dying, right? So I wonder where that would fall, because he's still getting like the negative debuffs of like the alcoholic perk. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's always strange when people that have like terrible habits like exceed their regular lifespan. Like, that's nuts to me. Like, people just, a drink would be a +2 strength effect, +1 charisma, -2 constitution. So then I guess thank you. So that would mean that he has. Okay, so what would the modifier be that would negate that then? Because he's still getting fucked up. Like, he's, once again, still rotting, but he's not dead because of his, like, strength of will. But what would strength of will be? Would that just be high wisdom? I don't know that he necessarily has high wisdom, maybe. Or maybe he's just lucky. Maybe that's the perk I'm looking for, because he just, like, rolls high every time and succeeds in his saving throws, I guess. I'm getting a little bit too D&D math on this, you guys, but the point is, it's quantified up here in my brain. You know what I mean?
お父様、来年の今日、当主様に対して。
ああ、夏井さん、エヴァ。
ごめんなさい。お父様の容体が気に。
Unique trait. -50% strengthness. Makes a drink. -1 constitution. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that'd be quite the feat.
そうです。それは
南條先生、父親の寿命を気遣う娘の。
来年までお元気かという医者の私としてこの小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし。
There's also a thing that happens on occasion with people that are just like, going through essentially organ failure, where they'll have days where they're just killing it, they're crushing it, and people are like, man, like, this is the most energy I've seen them have in weeks, and blah, blah, blah. They're up, they're alert, they're upright, whatever. And that's usually an indicative of, like, very soon it's going to take a steep dive. You know what I mean? And this guy's already, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that he's, like, killing it right now. He's just sort of, like, right before that cliff. And then you go down, and then, like I said, some people have, like, a rebound where they're, like, doing really well. Like, they can do things that they haven't been able to do in years. And then it just completely tanks.
何しろ、Rokkenjimaは孤島です。すぐに救急車が飛んで本来ならば。
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと去年無理に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてすっかりこのざまな。
南條先生の診察は
親父殿は南條機嫌が良ければ診察も受けられるよ。
容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも本当に。
お医者嫌いの方もおるもん。しかし。
Yeah, but sometimes people are suffering from too many birthdays, you know what I mean? So it's like, at a certain point, like, people are just old, and it's like, well, you know, the patient's having all these problems, like, you know, they're having issues with, like, memory and, you know, retention of facts, and then they're also, at times, disoriented, and this and that and the other. And I'm like, dude's 88, or dude's, like, 92, like... At a certain point, you're just, like, too kind of old to be alive, you know? So it's like, there's not really, like, sort of like, here's the thing. Let's say, for sake of argument, that they could just replace all of your old, like, shitty organs with, like, brand new fresh ones. Like, you're not gonna realistically be able to withstand that type of a surgery, you know what I mean? Unless they were able to, like, replace his heart and liver simultaneously with, like, the heart and liver of a guy that's 40 years younger than him. You know what I mean? Like, that's just preposterous. So, this guy's just, you know, he's just, like, one part going bad before this whole, like, train can't leave the station. You know what I mean?
つまりおさらい、相変わらず余命は禁止のまま。
ルドルフさん、言葉を少し慎
ああ、すまん。昔からこういう勘弁してくる。
南條先生のご意見、クラウス兄さんから。
wow。
実を言うと、南條先生とは異なる意見。とても余命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。怒鳴り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
来世では俺より後に生まれろよ。さて、そんなわけで公正中立なお医者の先生の見解じゃいつお隠れになっちま兄貴には悪いが、ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。となりゃ決して親父の
お父様の個人資産はおそらく数百億に。でもそれは綺麗な現金で揃ってるお誕生会のケーキみたい。
姉貴の例えは面白いな。そうさ。ケーキの上には
If they're gonna keep talking about cake, they better be giving us a cake. Oh my gosh, you guys. I totally forgot. So, in addition to this cool giveaway that we're running today, which, by the way, you only have to be following on Twitch and subscribed on YouTube. You do not have to pay to be part of this giveaway. However, you do have to be, like, part of the stream. Do you know what I'm saying? So, what I am going to do for Valentine's Day, you guys, is I am going to make a recipe for cup brownies. I am still working on the coconut cake recipe, but I will be making a much more succinct, much easier to recall cup brownie recipe, and I'll put that in the Discord for you guys for Valentine's Day, just in case you guys want a little treat, but you don't want to have to make an entire thing of brownies or whatever, for whatever reason. You know, sometimes you just feel like you want a brownie, you know what I mean? And is this going to be as good as making, like, brownies in a tray? Absolutely not. Though I am certain that I could figure out, like, a like a single serving brownie that you could just put in like a cupcake thing or something like that. I bet you could do that. You could probably do that. I'm going to try and do that version of this, actually. I'll do one of each, one in a cup with the microwave and then one maybe in like a little cupcake situation. But I will be doing that and dropping those for Valentine's Day. So hopefully you guys will have a bunch of little new developments on Valentine's Day. And we will be doing, instead of a bonus stream on Valentine's Day, we'll be doing, so far it's zombie movies. We're going to be doing a zombie movie marathon. But there's still time to vote on that. I believe the option is zombie movies or like romance animes and stuff like that. But, I mean, if I was a betting man, I would say it's probably going to just be zombie movies. I might put like, I don't know, I might put like a handful of like dating zombie stuff in there. We'll see.
それを加味してどういうふう
それを当主様が存命のあらだって遺産相続はその時点でましてや栄光ある事前に入念な相談が必要当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは失礼な私の実家は関係ありません
Oh yeah, this is tense.
予算買えば
Here's the thing, she's the successor's wife, but she's like looked at very lowly for some reason. I'm not really sure what the deal is with that. They must have like, I don't know, she must have like more pleasant upbringings or yeah, like what's the difference? Ranks low in the family. Yeah, why does she rank low in the family though? So she, oh, is it because it's, oh, I see. Right. That's so weird. Because, like, here's the thing. One of the things that's really important to, like, producing heirs and stuff like that is not fucking stressing out your broodmares, you know what I mean? Like, for all of the, like, succession stuff in Europe and all that, one of the most famous guys that did it real wrong is King Henry VIII, and he is like historically known for just sort of like stressing his baby mamas out, and that's not great. She doesn't have the blood of the family or whatever. Yeah, but if you stress out the women in the family, then that in turn creates a higher probability for birth defects such as like mental illness and stuff like that in your heirs. So if anybody had any awareness back in the Disney, they wouldn't have been lopping people's heads off before they were about to birth a child. Do you know what I mean? Like that's silly. Hold on, you're saying. Don't know why that's just how he does it. Totally get what you're saying. Yeah. It just makes more sense from like a heraldry standpoint to like Jessica has asthma? Oh, man.
これ以上は失礼させていただきましょう。
That's crazy. So the mom has headaches, Jessica has asthma, and they're like, ugh, not only are you a useless mother to, like, you know, an imperfect child, but also, like, you have headaches. Like, oh, stupid fucking frail bitch. It's like, maybe she wouldn't be so frail if you guys, like, treated her better. You know what I mean? Some of that stuff's environmental.
親父殿の嫁を遺産分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入りたい。何を焦っているの？確かにお前たちの言う通り、後ろ宮家の財なれば、お前たちは今晩のうちにもそうだろう？何を焦ること？
焦ってるわけじゃない。でも、兄弟の間での取引、それはいつでもいいことだけれども。
Okay, so I'm gonna be a little bit of a tyrant real quick, you guys. Prepare yourselves. What the fuck are these women bringing to the table here? First of all, she appears to be an unwed mother. Okay, so, like, she has a child who's pretty annoying. And, like, what does she contribute to the finances of the family? Everybody's talking about my share, mine, these fucking seagulls. And it's like, what do you contribute? Like, yeah, but what businesses? Does it say? Does it already tell us what their businesses are? If their businesses contribute, I would say the way that I would break up my household is, okay, he is a real estate investor. Okay, so he probably has the most financial investment in the family company. Okay. And then she has... Oh, nice. So she made her husband take... I'm not a Zenin anymore. It's Fushiguru now. I took my wife's name. Like, this guy. That's him. He Toji for real, you guys. Toji the Toad. Anyway. Yeah, but what does she do? It doesn't say that she has a job. His business is restaurant chains. Okay, so clearly real estate investment supersedes restaurant business. What does he do? Okay, I guess it doesn't say what his business is. Okay, so he's a bit of a schemer, this brother. And then what does she do? What business does she have? Youngest of the four siblings manages a design company, but she is yet to start taking it seriously. And her financial situation is far from favorable. Okay, so my initial read on this, that like the squeakiest wheel right now, her husband's business, just like a woman, Kaza. So I love also, here's the thing, bit misogynistic, I'll admit, but trophy wife, where she stands to inherit the most money. So it's like, that's not a trophy wife, that's a captive. Yeah, they're all, it's a wonder why they're all screwed. That's why none of them should get it, though. You keep what you kill, and I don't care if you're the firstborn. If you're the least successful, you're going to do the worst job of it. This whole, like, oh, well, they're the oldest, so they get the lion's share, or they're the oldest. No, none of that shit. Meritocracy all the way. You will continue till daddy's dying breath to be proving yourself. You know what I mean? That's just a better system. Now, see, the way it is currently, it would appear that the eldest just gets to be the heir. You know what I mean? And that's dumb. Like, he should be the heir not because he's the oldest, but because he's contributed the most. So, like, he's the one pouring money into the coffers. Why should he have to split that? What is this, communism now? No, thank you. Like, he's the one bringing in the most lion kills or whatever. Why should he have to share with these fucking dopey other lions that aren't doing shit? He's bringing in all the gazelles. He's top dog. You know what I mean? And then his sister marries into a restaurant business. What kind of a fucking piece of this billion-dollar enterprise is this restaurant business? I'm not saying it's small potatoes. Pun intended. But the other sister, she has a fucking shitty little design business and she's an unwed mother. Get the fuck out of here. You'd be lucky if I willed you a car. Will you a car so that you can have a place to sleep after nobody takes care of you and your child. Fucking ridiculous. Now, here's the thing. If I'm Pop, okay? If I'm Pop or whatever, and my daughter's that dumb after years and years of training her specifically not to be, sometimes can't be helped, then she has a child from a guy that's nowhere to be found, right? Then, damn instant rate here, never had this problem with inheritance. Listen. So, don't try and bait me on stream, you guys. I have a lot of strong opinions. So, you know what I mean? This younger daughter, now, if I get to adopt my granddaughter, that's what I would do. I would adopt my granddaughter. I say, listen, my daughter ain't shit, but I'm adopting my granddaughter. She's pretty cool, I guess. My daughter dies penniless in the street. If you can't learn these lessons, I'm going to let nature teach you. You know what I mean? You can come back to the fold when you bring something to the table. But, like, for me to impart all this knowledge and all this time, which is a finite resource, by the way. And once again, this is only if I'm, like, succession level rich, because this is wild behavior otherwise. Because you've literally given them every opportunity. Like, I'm not saying that poor people should make their children, like, fend for themselves to this degree, because it is a fucking dark world out there for the poor. But if you are succession level rich, I'm telling you right now, these people have plenty of money to learn skills and make connections. And if they're choosing not to use those wealth and connections to better themselves, languish in poverty. I've literally given you every advantage, and you still are a bum? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Ridiculous. 1 second. Bum activity is still bum behavior. No, absolutely. So, real quick, because I remembered what we were up to from last stream. I told you guys that I had stripper reviews chips. But I've moved on from these chips. I no longer eat these chips. So I'm going to do a taste test of these, see if I still like them. And then I'm going to do a short little review on these chips. I'm sure if you've been watching the streams, you've seen me eating these chips. This is not a paid sponsorship. But I was curious, and I am a bit peckish. So, these are the Quest chips. And if you're curious about these Quest chips, I have a video on my YouTube about them. This is the loaded taco flavor, and they are pretty taco-y. Like, I feel like this is for if you're, like, craving Taco Bell, but you're on a diet, or you just have any sense in your head and you're not eating Taco Bell. Taco Bell hasn't been good since the 90s, guys, and I'll die on that hill. With the rare exception, I think there is a taco place in... Oh, man. What is that place? It is called... It's not El Taco. What's the other taco story? We've definitely talked about this before. Weird. That's crazy. But it's basically the same recipe since the 90s. But they haven't changed anything. It's not... So, like, Taco Bell originally went corporate, and then it's like the branch off. I'll find it for you guys. Taco Bell conspire. Let's see. Because there's a couple of restaurants still left, I guess is my point. So if you want to eat like the original like Taco Bell recipe or whatever, there's a completely different restaurant that's maintained the same like recipes and stuff like that since then and has not corporatized. I'll find it. I'm certain it's in my watch history. So these are pretty good. But like they're really thin. They have a really good flavor. They have that like Dorito like dust to them. Not bad. Right. But then these came out. And these are the legendary ranch flavor. I think they have pizza and stuff like that. They don't have a taco flavor. But these are much crispier. This is more of like a pork rind kind of texture. I think additionally, so these are this is a 1 ounce bag of chips, 19 grams of protein. This is also similarly, this is like just a teensy tiny bit more than an ounce, but this is basically, this bag is also a little bit heavier, but this is also just a teeny tiny bit. So this is 1.1 ounces, 19 grams of protein. This is 1.2, but it's got 20 grams of protein. So this has more protein in it by just a teeny tiny bit. And it has less carbs. Max, I hate to break it to you, I really do, but AI is dumb as fuck. Because I think if it was better, a lot more people would be out of jobs right now. And they've just been saying that for the last, like, 6 years or something like that. Oh, AI is going to take our jobs. And, like, I mean, eventually, but, like, right now, shit's so dumb. And imagine, like, all the lithium and fresh water, you know, all that nonsense that's going towards AI. I'm like 98% sure it's a bubble. I'm actually more sure that AI is a bubble than the 2008 housing crisis being a bubble. And that's hindsight. Like, we know that in hindsight, so. That's my hot take. That's my prediction. So if you like chips, and you're trying to get a little bit more protein, try these. Or try these. And let me know which one you like better. I know I'm being facetious about it being a hot take. But I think a lot of like regular people have come up to me and they're like, Riley, AI is so great. I have AI write all my papers and all my emails and all my this and all my that. I barely even speak to people now. I just have AI do everything, and I'm like, yeah, I can see that. I can see that because you're not very articulate, and I'm struggling to hold a conversation with you. It's like we have a literacy crisis right now, and everybody's like, oh, the solution to this is me reading less. They're gonna eat grass, let them be. No. No.
その日が近づいているというなら、先に話だけしておいても、それは。
ほう、それは兄弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持って、そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃ。
Oh, whoops. He's just berating his youngest sibling for. See, they're having an argument. We need to discuss this. Then they're like being like, huh, interesting. I wonder which one of the other two swayed you. You know what I mean? You want me to write a Quan Mills style book about an AI robot stealing a wife and family? It's crazy. It'd be easy. Be a novella. Shortest novel ever. He did the dishes. And it vibrates. Scene.
それはよせよ兄貴、ローザだって兄弟だぜ。
Oh my gosh. No, that's not on purpose. Thank you. I was like, that's weird that it's yellow. It's usually only yellow when it's showing. My bad, you guys. Maybe I should change this color so it's like more to the forefront of my mind that that's up. Hold on. Hold on a minute. She's got just as much right to the inheritance as the rest of us. She contributes nothing, and she's an unwed mother. Like, we don't even have anyone to groom into a position to like take care of her financially. She's literally just a burden on the family with her weird ass kid. But like, whatever. Although, if you are a widow or whatever, it is your parents' responsibility to like take you back in. Like, that's why it was such a big deal that you like find a good spouse for your children, because if they die or they run off and stop taking care of them, they return back to your custody essentially. So you're supposed to be remarrying them off though. Like, they're not supposed to just like be these forever children in your households. It's ridiculous. She's young enough. Marry her off again. I'd be like, yeah, you can be back in the will. Get a husband. Like, obviously I'll will everything to my child and not the husband so that it like solely stays in here. But like, find me somebody that wants to deal with you. You know what I mean?
兄さん、そうよね。去年ドルが100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃ。それに与党は来年頃に今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
I see now. So sibling 1 and sibling 2 would be natural allies because he does real estate and they do restaurants. So if he's developing real estate, guess what follows real estate? Restaurants and businesses. So they would naturally be pretty allied together.
詳しいじゃないか。これから日本には空前、親父殿が後ろ宮家を再興した時と同じ。日本国民は死に物狂いで働く。国民の消費は増大し、それを返し、今や国民のニーズは3種のスキー場、ゴルフ、リゾートホテルに数年前に開業したデルゼ、素晴らしい遊。あそこでは大人も同心に、かつて家族を顧みずに滅私奉公。我々は世界で一番豊かな国民として。クラウス兄さんのわしも数年前に聞いた時でもな、
円はみるみる強くなり、日本が世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。兄さんは時代を見る目のある。それだけは間違い。
秀吉兄さんに兄貴は10年越しで時代を読めてる。その嗅覚は親父譲りだろうな。大したもんだ。だが親父と違って
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、兄さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど早すぎたのよ。そして焦って生産して結局は傷口。本当に嗅覚が当てになって好景気が訪れるこれって失礼だ。
That's crazy. I don't know why you would sell it off unless it's like a completely depreciating asset. Whereas, like, I mean, just rent the land to developers. Rent the land from the developers. You know what I mean? That's what McDonald's does. McDonald's franchises things out, but this might be a little bit, I don't know. From what I understand, McDonald's is not a food company. Their biggest asset is in real estate. So they sell a portion of land. They sell like a corner lot to a franchisee. And then that franchisee pays for the business, but then they also pay rent for the land on which their business occupies, which is, so they're sending double payments. Now, regardless of if that business does well or not, they're getting their money. So I wonder if that would be something that they've just like haven't thought of yet here, or I wonder if you do a Slay the Princess playthrough. It's a bit ambitious. If Slay the Princess longer than this game, because this game is long. We're still only in episode 1. I'm also gonna save again. What? No time has passed? Do you see the time? The amount of time that has passed naturally versus the amount of time that has passed in this game is, I'm gonna leave it like that, actually. We're gonna hop skip like that. Because holy shit, dude. That's insane. Yeah. Wow, there's like so many save files. You could play super far.
兄さ
んに才能が、だって素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園も私は素人だから分かりかねるけど。
Yeah, you can't.
相当のお金を使ったんで
You
しょ。
can't just, if you build it, they will come. You have to advertise, and you have to make it the happening spot. So, like, why they do this, like, first of all, this, like, spooky ghost business, that could be a thing. I mean, people love haunted shit. You know what I mean? You gotta give the people entertainment or status. If this is a status place where it's like, ooh, come here and, like, pretend to be rich or whatever, they'll do that. People yacht all the time that have no business on a yacht. Yachts are dumb, but people love them. This is not a happening spot. Where is she? Sharon has been kicked off the team. Okay, Sharon is... honestly, if I could Alfira Sharon, I would. I would.
だからなんだという主人の事業は。
いや、そいつは違う。ロッケン島は親父のもの。もちろん建てたホテルはなんなら俺たちはな、ロー。
持ち合わせで足りるなら。
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。支出がかさんだことは事実だが、そうなれば結果的に
それはこの島の価値が上がればそれを遺産分、もちろん島や屋敷を4分の1、それを算定したお金で
そこまで分かっているなら
不満じゃねえさ。第一兄貴。
Yeah, they're risk averse. Here's what I would offer these vultures. I'd say you can have a quarter of what we have now, or you can delay that investment and you can have a quarter of what this thing pops off at. But either way, I don't want to have to hear about this again. You know what I mean? So it's like, you either stand 10 toes down with me on this business, you either let it ride, or you cash out now, and I hear nothing more about it. And then let the sister that has no money take the worst option, which is the money now. Sharing a whole problem. Yeah, I would just let him know now. I'm like, either you take your quarter out of what we've got now, or you let this investment ride, and then when this place becomes a resort, you take a quarter of the profit shares, and I don't hear anything more about it. Because then you'd never have to hear about this younger sister ever again. She'd like blow through that money so quick. She doesn't know how to invest it. She's a moron. And then now, because she decided to take her money early, you guys just divide everything else by thirds. You know what I mean? It's way more money to be had. Best plan. And if you really wanted to be cool, you would put some money aside for your niece in like a trust. You know, like, but a much smaller amount that you then decide, because you're being gracious at that point. Because her mother squandered her inheritance. And this is really ultimately why when you have a family like this, all your assets should be in a trust, so that they can't just like pick at the carcass of the empire you've tried to buy, because then it incentivizes them to have to keep up the coffers in there. So it's like, eventually this money will all run out, and if you guys are a bunch of lazy bums that do nothing, then this money will just dry up and you'll be penniless. But if it's in a trust and they know for a fact they can't just get at it, well, then hopefully the money that they just get from the trust, they'll use to start businesses and do stuff with much earlier on in life than if you had no generational wealth. Then you'd get a leg up. Then you'd still have all the accolades of being rich, but you wouldn't be able to just swarm around the hoard and be like, I want the jewels, I want the gold, I want all of the trunks of treasure. You know what I mean? You'd actually have to be like, okay, this is our hoard. We're only allowed to check out a small portion of this hoard over a long period of time. So I guess I'm just going to amass more money into this hoard. What else are you doing, right? And then when you guys all die, when your generation dies, or at the very least when your percentage of that legacy dies, then it would go down to like your children. And then I would have some sort of, ideally, I would have some sort of a clause within the trust that if it's this amount of people, it gets distributed evenly at like this rate or whatever. But if like, what would really suck is if everybody knew that that was the case, and then they were like, yes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 11 children, and then all 11 of my children will like get money out of this trust or whatever. And I'd just be like, I would be trying to disincentivize that. I'd be like, hey, if there's only like 6 of them, they all get equal or whatever. But like, basically I would allot like 2 children or whatever per household or whatever. And then upwards of 2 children per household, it gets divided differently. You know what I mean? Because you want to incentivize a good rate of return for your children, but you wouldn't want to incentivize them to only have a single child each, because you want to have like a decent amount of eggs in the like progeny basket. You know what I mean? Because you have to take into account like eventually there's going to be a degenerate gambler or some lustful whatever, and that's going to kind of like derail the situation. So you're going to need to put some guardrails on this whole inheritance business throughout the trust. But once you get those like sort of things figured out, I mean, this thing could go on indefinitely if you did it right. But unfortunately, nobody wants to do the paperwork involved in doing all that. And nobody wants to do this setup process. So it's like, ultimately kind of what's the point? Like, you could be vastly wealthy if you just invest your resources properly and also have a mindset to capitalize on things.
あなたが前に言ってたホテル。
立派なもん。ローザの言う通り。
兄さんのいつもの着目や企画、そしていつも途中で立ち行かなくなって何も回収できずに終わる。
この島をただ住むだけにしか、そしてリゾート
And
化して、
see, here they're fighting each other instead of they're all fighting each other instead of like helping each other's business. So like the one brother's like, yeah, I'm gonna buy this, I'm gonna, you know, build this hotel or whatever. And she clearly has the restaurateur like expertise in the back end of it. So it's like she could create a like vibrant restaurant that like goes along with this hotel chain. Like they could like have a partnership where like when he builds stuff, she builds stuff, and then like they both become a destination in and of itself. So like the people that think, wow, oh my god, like this is like the destination pizza spot or whatever the hell. And then they'd be like, oh, I want to go to that destination pizza spot. Oh my god, it's so amazing. They'd be like, oh, well, we'll stay at these destination resort. Like they become a packaged item of like an entire experience. And he is a womanizer, Rudolph or whatever. So it's like maybe he picks like some bad bitches to work at these places or whatever. And the other chick is a designer. She can't interior design these places to be hip and fashionable. Like I really feel like if all these siblings work together, they could cobble together a functioning business. But it's like, it's ridiculous. This is such, I mean, pretty true to life though, actually. Rather than work together, everybody just has their hand out and they're like, money please. And it's okay. Cool, it righted itself.
でももう出来上がってから2年経って今任せて。失敬な。それは主人の仕事を請け負う会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで。
しかしな、クラウス兄さんが任せてる例のとこ、あまり噂。
はっきり言ってあげなさいよ。不払い、横領、トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話。裏も取れてるん。何の裏だか存じませんが、観光業への新規参入には方々への根回しが必要になります。相手が信用に足りるかをそれに手間取っているだけに過ぎません。
ホテルの完成が早すぎて勇みやんだが、維持費がかかってるわけ。やがて大きな意味を持つ布石だ。
Yeah, I mean,
嘘つけよ。
I think it's a stable
生産したくても
investment.
売れないだけだろ。観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華な、それに事業に集めた融資はどうなってんだよ。
Yeah, everybody always wants to focus on the building. Nobody thinks about the parking lots. You know what I mean? And that's the most important thing. It doesn't matter what you build. How are people going to get there? How are people going to stay there? You know what I mean? What are the accommodations? Because I have changed hotels before because it's like, oh, it's going to be like a real pain in the ass to like get out of wherever they're at. Like, it doesn't really matter how cheap a place is if it's going to inconvenience you for the entirety of your trip. And maybe some people would get tricked on that, like maybe the first time around. But a couple of the fighters one time, they stayed at this one place and it was like right off the main drag. So it was a real pain in the ass to get into. And it was like a little bit of a roach motel too. So it's like, it was really cheap. It was right next to like a pretty decent pub, but just ultimately like just a bad parking structure to both get in and get out of. Not ideal. Would not stay there.
維持費はかからんでも返せすまんが、この島の開発計画の正直こっちも。
秀吉さん、確かに今の財政状況だけを見たらそういう印象を持たれるかもしれない。だがこれは先行投資なのだよ。その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざるを得ない。だがようやく時代が私に追いついた。これまでに失った分はすぐに取り戻せる。いや、それどころかこれまでの投資だってやがては私のもとに戻ってくる。そう例えるなら、放った稚魚が鮭となり、 超えて帰ってくるようにね。
Not a bad idea.
それは認めるで。これからリゾート業界は空前の好景気を迎えるやろ。これまでの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが。だがな、クラウス兄さん。これまで散々負け続けた兄さんが、どこから軍資金を調達したっていうんや。
Yeah, you only have so much allotted to do.
半端ない軍資金や。あれだけの穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
秀吉さんは何をおっしゃいたいのですか？
ああ、夏樹さん。ほんま怒らんといてえな。わしらも調べたんや。これまで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに、最近の強気な莫大投資を支えられるほどの融資を誰ができたんか調べたんや。
結果、いねえんだよ。そんな後ろ盾は。弱り目と逆に張るのがマネールーレットの鉄則だ。兄貴はこの界隈じゃちょいと知られた弱り目さ。確かに時代は好景気を迎えようとしているが、これまでの兄貴の失敗等を天秤にかけて、その上で融資に値すると思う連中がいるのかって言ったら誰もいなかったのさ。
Now, if it were me, I would want the head of the family to owe me all that money. You know what I mean? Like, if I had it like that, I would be discreetly funding his businesses via a bunch of very predatory loans if I could get away with it. And then when I come to call on those notes, I'd be like, listen, he can't pay his debts. So, because I now own all of his assets, and then I would dramatically move all of his pieces on the board over to my side. I'd be like, looks like I'm head of the household now. That's what I would do.
ならね、そのお金をどこから調達したのってことになるのよ。
ほう、興味深い話じゃないか。それで？
あなた、このような暴言をいつまで放置されるつもりですか？
Oh, she's totally in the dark.
座れよ、夏日さん。単刀直入に言おう。兄貴は親父の個人資産を自分の事業に流用してる。これはほぼ間違いねえ。これが俺たちの誤解だってんなら、どうかぜひそれを解いてもらいたいもんさ。
ルドルフ、流用なんてもんじゃないわよ。
Yeah, it's embezzling.
これは横領よ。
Yeah.
刑事告発できる立派な犯罪なんだから。無礼極まりない。
Yeah, when you're using the business funds for things that are not expressly for the business or not allotted to you via the business, that's embezzling.
仮にも後宮本家跡継ぎの後宮クラウスに向かって信じられない暴言です。暴言じゃないわよ。図星でしょ。なんとか事業を成功させてこれまでの損失を埋めたいんだけど、その穴は広がっていく一方、博打の穴をさらに大きく張った博打で埋めたいだけよ。その軍資金がすぐ近くにあったなら手をつけるのは道理。はっきり言うわ。兄さんがしているのは横領よ。お父様に対する裏切りよ。しかるべき決着がついた後には司法に委ねることになるでしょうね。そんな輩に後宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせるとお思い？
Yep.
言うにこと書いて、当主様への裏切りとは聞き捨てがたい。この栄光ある後宮家の敷居をまたぐ資格はもはやあなたにはありません。即刻ここを出て行きなさい。さあ、ほら。
Oh, is she about to put this woman in her place?
ねえ、夏日姉さん。 誰に向かってそんな口をお聞きなの？無礼極まりない主人の妹に対してです。これ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てなりません。台所を預かる？黙るがいい、この名ばかり女房が。バカバカしい、お前が下がりなさい。この後ろ宮エヴァに当主様の左肩を許されている後ろ宮家序列第3位のこのエヴァに下がれと？身の程を知りなさい。そしてお前のそのみすぼらしい姿を鏡に映してみるがいい。お前の服のどこに翼が、どこに片翼のわしが許されているのか。貴様など後ろ宮家の跡継ぎを残すためだけの存在じゃないの。
Damn. She said, bitch, your property.
このゲス女が。何か言い返したいならどうぞ言い返しなさいよ。ほーら。
Stop. The bitch is already dead.
夏日、席を外しなさい。頭を冷やすといい。
What a weird dynamic.
あなたはさっきから何を言われているのか分かってるんですか？この人たちはユニコと書いてあなたのことをお父様への裏切り者呼ばわりしているんです。私たちが後ろ宮家の栄光を守り、お父様からそれを受け継ぐため日々高潔であろうとする全ての努力をないがしろにして踏みにじる、なんという聞きがたい暴言。あなたもあなたです。どうして言い返さないんですか？あなたが言い返さないから私が言い返しているのに、さっきからあなたは私に任せっきりで、その私に頭を冷やして恋なんて言うんですか？いつも私ばかり。私はいつも真剣にこの家のことを考えているのに、それはあなたは
Just be quiet and go to the patio. My sister and I have important business to discuss right now. Like, if my wife tried to have a meltdown like this at dinner after I'd already sent her away, I'd be so mad. Like, have your moment out on the terrace, okay? Like, I just told you to get to steppin', and yet you're here, like, undercutting me. Now, whether the husband is in the right or not, like whether he is embezzling or is not, his wife is causing a diplomatic nightmare for him. And he's like, wife, go cool your head. He just gave her an excuse. Oh, please excuse my frail wife. You know what I mean? Which is like, oh, she's so frail, poor thing. And then just like do whatever scumbaggery you need to do. But right now, your wife is not in charge of fighting your battles. She's not of a high enough ranking. It's your job. So to be the head of the family with a wife that can't control herself, like, she's getting way too revved up. And, like, to be fair, the sister gave her a lot of opportunities. And she was needling her, which was pretty mean and rude. But she gave her tons of opportunities. Like, this woman, Natsuhi, she's been like, hey, knock it off. Like, you guys are, like, straight pissing me off. My husband is not embezzling. Like, fucking knock it off. And the other woman's like, anyway, so the thing we were talking to you about, you know, the embezzling. And she's like, stop fucking saying that about my husband. And she's like, right. So the thing about the embezzling, and it's just like, finally this girl's like, get out of my house. And she's like, bitch, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Like, this is my house. Like, at best an artificial womb, pipe down, you know what I mean? So she could just eviscerate this woman, and as a kindness, her husband steps in and he says, hey, honey, why don't you go have your little moment on the porch? You're clearly, you know, whatever. And now she's going to sit here and have a headache and cry. She just gave you the best gift of all time, which is to get to leave this room. You're welcome. Because it's her duty to be in this room and be silent and be obedient and attentive. She has no real power here. The dynamic of the table has illustrated that. So he just gave her the greatest gift of all time, which is go do whatever you'd like to do. You don't have to be in this room anymore. Which is like, aw, sick. What a nice husband. Because these people are unbearable. And yet she's like, oh, but I was defending you and blah, blah, blah. Are you a soldier, bitch? Do you need to fight all my battles for me? Like, go recline and have some little cakes brought to you. Why are you complaining right now? Like, anyway. Unreal. Now he's got to do damage control.
私も苦労している。あんなのに切り盛りされてたんじゃ。兄さんも気苦労が絶えないわね。
Now he has to listen to his wife be disrespected because she couldn't chill out and go get a little cake somewhere. Loudly crying from the hallway.
奥様。
何でもありません。下がりなさい。
Be hard to cry with a little cake, wouldn't it? Maybe some lightly syrup peaches and a little bit of ice cream.
奥様とエヴァ様は犬猿の仲。このお二人の関係を説明するのは女の私にはとてもしんどくございます。
Seems pretty simple to me.
は血を特に
Yeah, have a little cake about it.
嫁いで家を出れば本来は序列から除籍されます。ですからエヴァ様も本来は秀吉様とのご成婚の際に除籍されるはずだったのです。
It's hard to cry when you're having a little cake about it. Just a little cake. And if you still feel like crying, maybe one more little cake. No more than 3 little cakes. That's just a big slice of cake. You're done. You know what I mean? If you have the urge to eat more than 3 little cakes, you need to eat some vegetables.
ところが、これは誰のせいでもありません。ましてや、奥様のせいであろうはずもありません。神様の気まぐれとしか言いようがありません。クラウス様と夏日様にはなかなか子宝が授からなかったのです。何しろ男尊女卑の後ろ宮家でございます。妻は跡継ぎを残すための道具。その妻が唯一の役割を果たせないのなら、もはや人間扱いなどされません。当時の奥様が親方様からどれほど責め苛まれていたか、思い出すのも苦しゅうございます。そんな中、エヴァ様に秀吉様とのご結婚の話が持ち上がりました。エヴァ様は狡猾でした。奥様がいつまでも身ごもられないことにつけ入って、親方様に取り入ったのです。入り婿を取って、自分が跡継ぎを産むと吹き込み、ご自分の席を後宮家にとどまらせるよう認めさせたのでございます。後宮家に嫁ぎ、外様扱いの奥様と、入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は、後宮家の序列の中では運命の差。しかもエヴァ様は先にそれも男児をご出産されております。どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で弱いものであったかお察しいただけますでしょうか。 奥様にとっては、もし自分がすぐに解任することができれば、エヴァ様の入り婿など、親方様に認めさせずに済み、今日のエヴァ様の増長を許さずに済んだだろうという、悔しい気持ちがあるに違いありません。
I see now. So it's not just because, she's a blood relative, so she's higher up. What happened, just for people that missed the subtext of that, or the literal text of that, is that the heir to the throne, right, Kraus or whatever, and his wife had difficulty conceiving for a bit. So when Ava married, she saw an opportunity, because if the firstborn son doesn't have an heir, then it goes to the secondborn, and she's the secondborn, and she's like, hey, would you guys be cool if my husband takes my name, which means he succeeds all of his ability to take over my power and status. So then whoever I give birth to would then be the heir. And then she gives birth to what would be an heir, right? And she's just kind of banking on that, right? And then the high ponytail chick or whatever, she gives birth to a daughter, which it's like, okay, that technically counts as the heir to the company, because it's like the firstborn's firstborn, but like lame, it's a girl. So it's like, if we're gonna go by firstborn girl, might as well just go from the firstborn girl before, especially if the firstborn girl of the heir is kind of sickly. So Ava has put herself in a really good position. And then the thirdborn son, or I guess that'd be the secondborn son, Rudolph has a boy, but then they have a falling out, so he goes off and takes his mother's name, and then comes back into the fold. So he's not as deeply entrenched in the family politics. So as it stands, Ava's son has the strongest. Ava's son has the strongest claim to the throne, because I doubt they're going to give it to Jessica.
しかし、それは奥様のせいであろう。すべては気まぐれな神様とジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。
And here's the thing, just real quick.
奥様にはそうと割り切れるはずもない。
Modern understanding on how conception works is that if the initial conception is difficult, that's linked to male fertility. And if it's later on in the pregnancy, that is more so linked to the woman's fertility. So if you're losing, and once again, you guys will have to, do your own research on this or whatever, but if it's in the first trimester or whatever, that stuff is linked to the health of the sperm. Whereas if it's like second or third trimester types of problem, that's more linked to like later on more developmental things, which is what the egg takes care of. So just a little fun fact on that. So if they were having difficulty conceiving, that probably has more to do with Kraus being stressed out or something like that than it does with his wife. And here's the thing, stress also factors into that. So if you're stressed, it really depends on, so for example, like there's a couple of different natural schools of thought with that. So there's like the coyote kind of aspect, where if a coyote specifically is threatened, if they're having like massive like die-offs and stuff like that within their population, it triggers a gene that gives them abnormally large litters to compensate for the death of their companions. Whereas in other animals, you would see more of a spike in reproduction in times of plenty. You know what I mean? So in the feast era, you would have a higher probability of larger litter sizes and stuff like that, because it would be linked directly to nutrition. So it's just depending on like what's turning that gene on. And I think in humans, it's probably going to be a little bit more close to the like feast or famine model, where it's like if things are in abundance, if you're relaxed, if things are good for you, I feel like you're going to have larger litters insofar as like children. But I mean, we'd have to like track that, you know what I mean? Like I would say that that's anecdotal at best, but I would be curious to see like the overall distribution of who's having more kids. And I think like if you take it globally, people that are poor as shit are having the most children. But if you take it from like in the nobility aspect, I think that people in nobility are having more children when they have more wealth. So I think it just, you know what I mean, depends on what genes you're going after, because if you're really, really poor, a lot of your kids could perish. Like if we think about back in times of like, you know, like the Great Depression and stuff like that. Like you had a bunch of kids because you needed them to like work the land and like help everybody survive. And like, you know, you'd lose a couple of them to like dysentery and cholera or whatever. But like ultimately you had like enough people that you could realistically survive in like, you know, semi-rural locations. But then like in a city, having a bunch of kids is like to a detriment, right? Because you're having to house them. There's not enough space. So I think maybe it would also have, but they're like super crowded countries like China and India and stuff like that, that they have like pretty decent birth rates, actually. So let's look up. Birth rates globally. And we can, once again, you just kind of have to like, I guess, take it at face value that these are even accurate, but interesting. So as of 2023, Somalia actually had the highest birth rate. Interesting. Well, it's looking like for whatever reason, all of the African countries have the highest birth rate. We won't make a comment on that. Then next it is Babylonia. Interesting. So a lot of the people that live in what would be present day Babylonia. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Man, I would not have guessed that the birth rates in all of these third world countries would be so high. That's crazy. Interesting. And then scroll up here. Let's get to a developed nation, which is interesting to me. Okay, we're up to the... Interestingly enough, though, I will say... So, interestingly enough, I will say Somalia has a 6%... What's it say here? It has a... It has a 6-point birth rate, which is like, I want to say the average child in this data set. So, like, they have an average of 6 children. But you also have to take into account, like, the population density of these places, too, would skew this data a bit. But I think that that has been... Okay, so survival rate, death rate, contraceptive, mortality rate, birth rate, life expectancy. Okay, so I think those things have all been kind of averaged in, if you take those into account. Okay. So if all of those things have been... Japan is known for having a low birth rate in general, and all the stress that that induces. Yeah. So all of these third world countries have a very positive birth rate, like upwards of like 5, right? And then you get to, which was interesting for me, is that the birth rate in India was 2.1. Or 2.0. I'm looking at Bangladesh. Same. So India has a birth rate of 2. But then as you go up, as you start to get into the more developed countries, that number takes a steep drop because there's lots of people and those people are having less children. So that's the way averages work. So if there's like not very many people having a ton of kids, big average. But if there's going to be like a lot of people having like a decent amount and then like a smaller number having not so many, it'll like lower that number. But when you get into developed nations where there's a ton of people all averaging out having about 1 child per household, sure, you're going to have the odd household that's got like 12 kids or whatever, but like the density of that throughout the entirety of the nation is much lower. So then you get to the United States, and the United States has 1.6 average child per household. Then what is the lowest one on here? Canada's 1.3. Interesting. Japan 1.2. And then you get into like island nations and stuff like that. So heavily indebted poor countries. I did not know that's what that acronym meant. Wow. I thought that was some sort of humanitarian acronym. I did not know that HIPC, when you're seeing that in brackets and stuff like that in population dynamics, it says heavily indebted poor countries. So it's just accumulation of like crazy poor people. Wow. That's insane. Sorry, you're only 0.6 of a child in this family. No, absolutely. And then, let's see, Korea. The Republic of Korea. Where's South Korea? Where's South Korea? I bet the Republic of Korea is North Korea, but where's South Korea? Just regular old, when we're talking about Korea. Surely it's better than that. Oh, there we go. So, okay, so the Democratic People's Republic of Korea versus the Korean Republic. Which one's which? Does anybody know the difference between those? Because, like, I don't know why it wouldn't just say Korea, comma, N, period, or Korea, comma, South, comma, S, period, for South. Obviously, there's, like, diplomatic reasons why that wouldn't be the case, but just, like, for a data point entry, I feel like that would be easier to understand the difference between those two. Sub-Saharan Africa, excluding high income, 4.4. Wow. Fragile and conflict-affected situations, 4.2. The Middle East, 3.1. That's crazy. Okay, so, alright, so here's the compiled data. So low income, 4.7. Lower middle income, 4.6. Low and middle income. So a combination of those two's averaged together. Okay, not really interested in that. Middle income, 2.1. Upper middle income, 1.5. High income, 1.4. Okay, so poor people have more kids. Wow. Not the live react I thought I was going to do today, but like... And you would think, honestly, you would think that the lack of resources wouldn't, like, it wouldn't behoove you to do so, but also it doesn't make sense to me why you would do that, but...
ただただ、妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに、女として悔し涙をこぼすしかできないでしょう。はあ、おいたわしや。私には何もできず。こうして物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
Interesting. So does that mean we're in a new chapter now? Okay, so now we're in chapter 5. Hi, sweetie. Hi. Yeah, see, it's a good time. It's a good time, Mr. Kitty. Poor people get large amounts of support by the government to have many kids. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I'm curious as to, like, the once again, like, the historical context of that, because it'd be like, you know, in a situation where you're not being incentivized to have children, how that would shake out. Like, because I want to know the natural phenomenon that are driving these reproductive factors. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like I mentioned, coyotes will have larger broods in times of strife because they're like, we need to bolster our ranks. But then most other things will have smaller litters based off of the resources available to them. So I'm wondering the true divining nature of human reproduction, if it is in fact one over the other, or if that's completely artificially, you know what I mean? I mean, maybe I'm just getting a little autistic about it because I was in ecology and that was like, we spent like an entire semester on that or whatever, and I was like, ooh, yes, let's learn about rabbits. Prior to child labor laws, it was because many people were being put in factories for more income, often at the cost of lifespan. Yes, but also, like we talked about earlier, people in like agricultural families and stuff like that had a ton of kids because you had to. Like, sometimes they died, and also you needed, like, for example, in my like growing up and stuff like that, all my cousins ran different farm equipment. Like, my one cousin ran the swather, the other one ran the loader, one of them runs a tractor and stuff like that. And it's like, when everybody's contributing to, like, growing the food and, like, the essential, like, livelihood of the household, it puts you in a better position to, like, accrue either resources or capital. So it is, like, it's not a bad system. And hypothetically, let's say for sake of argument, like, in the previous system, back when we're doing, like, more so feudalism type of stuff, which was, you know, feudalistic capitalism, I think, is, like, probably peak. But, I mean, we'd have to get all these oligarchs and all these monopolies out of the way to actually see if it would do it. But let's say, for sake of argument, I have like 6 kids and they're all girls. And I'd be like, hell yeah, perfect. Because now I just have to teach these girls my skills, right? I just have to make them as capable as I am. And then I just marry them off into different, ideally, titans of industry. So I'm like, okay, well, I want to run a business. So, like, hypothetically, I'd be like, one of these girls needs to marry somebody in real estate. One of these girls needs to marry somebody in food service. One of these girls needs to marry somebody that understands how to, like, communicate with me. Somebody needs to be an artist to, like, pull that in. And then another girl needs to marry for, like, honestly, probably it would be like legal or something like that. So you'd be like, okay, now we have a top-down business all based off of the matches I've been able to, like, procure. And then on the other hand, if I had 6 sons, I'd be like, okay, well, like, I'm going to, like, groom you guys towards your, like, oh, excellent. Good job. Excellent. Make sure to claim your prize, Max. Excellent. Very good. Now, I will need you to PM me your information so that I can send that to you, and then I'll give you, I think Tuesday is the day that I can actually ship that out. So not too long from now, and then I'll see, like, what the different shipping packages and stuff like that are, and then we'll go from there. Because I might be able to stick a couple of goodies in that for the same shipping price. So you'll just have to let me know if you have, like, any allergies or anything like that and where to send it. But yay, that's great, you guys. We did our first giveaway. I will be looking into a couple of more, like, things we can give away as we go through here. But, yay. Oh. Hold on a minute. I mean, listen. Where? What? Oh, is it because you didn't claim it? I see. No, show me. I think it's because you didn't claim it, and then it just goes to the next person. But I have no problem doing a double giveaway. There are no users left that entered the giveaway. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, it's because you didn't click claimed fast enough. It wants you to be quick with that. Well, that's good news. I can learn to calibrate that. Yeah. So if I was doing like a much larger giveaway and somebody like entered and then like didn't claim it, and when it tells you like, hey, you won or whatever, then it just like goes to the next person. But I need to set a much longer timer on that. So let's see how I can do that. Weird. What a crazy system. Chat message. What is this thing doing? Chat message. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to check into, like, the timer on that. Really? Yeah. Yeah, so you do have to type claim. Just... Okay. So in the future for giveaways, just so you guys know, I will be including this in the messages. So in the messages, let me just set myself a real quick reminder here. In planned projects, I'm going to do a new post. So for giveaways, make a clear distinction between subscribers and followers. Add to the requirements that they need to claim their prize with claim. Okay. Exactly. Not quite the same thing, but still a prize. Since we did do a true and honest giveaway situation here. Luckily, I had a second prize already thought through on here, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's going to be a cheeky little surprise. So, we are going to see how far we can get on this. But luckily, we have that figured out. AE, I already have your address. But yeah, Max, make sure to send me your info so that I can get that shipped. And then we will get that sorted out on Tuesday.
本当かね。
バトラ信じてない？
ああ、悪い悪い。別にマリアが言ったのを疑ったわけじゃないぜ。
バトラ納得。
Yes. Now, hopefully, we will have many more giveaways to come, but I figured it was about time to do a little treat.
我が最愛の懐かしき故郷を貫くってなんだ？
Hello, hello.
すげえだろ、じいさまが書かせ意味深だろ。マリア氏、黄金の隠し場所。
おいおい、そりゃまた懐かしい話だね。
This is UMINEKO when they cry, like when the seagulls cry. It is a mystery. Would this be considered a light novel? This is a visual novel that we're going through.
っていうか兄貴、
これを描かせたおじいさまはこの絵とでも親類たちの間ではおじいさまの黄金の隠し場所をこの謎を解いた者に家督と黄金。
Ooh, riddle, nice.
さてな、10トンの金塊な。私はちょいと
しかしよ。
Perfect. Okay. Excellent. Oh, yeah. On occasion, yeah. I'm still learning the deck, though. I think I have, like, another... I think it's, like, 13 cards or whatever that I'm still, like, working through. But I've got a pretty good, amount of these Botanica ones memorized. So far, like, to dabble in it, we've got, I've been using an Oracle deck. Yeah, absolutely. So if you look in your thing... There are channel points, and one of those is an oracle reading, and then I'd be happy to read your oracle. Okay, what's this riddle? Okay. Is it just a white woman that has a crystal? That'd be hilarious. Okay.
そんな話があったな。
Is it mineral rights? The Golden Witch Beatrice? Like the island has mineral rights nobody knows about, or that he's fabricated?
俺たちも小さい頃、親からその話を聞か、森で迷ってワンワン泣いて、しお兄さんに見つけてもらって、懐かしいぜ。
I can't remember. Do you remember how many channel points it is? Oh, see. There we go. That's also very nice of you to share your channel points, Max. Okay, one sec. Pop this on over to the big screen for ya. See if I can do that wicked cool bridge again. Close. Not as good as it was earlier. It was really good. That was better. Closer. Not quite. I would love to be able to do like the reverse bridge, but I just think that they're too large. These particular cards. Alright. Do you want a top, middle, or bottom cut? Middle cut? Alright. Your pass, Tommy. Transformation. Your present. Oak. Interesting. Your future. Altar. Hold on. That's just the one from earlier. One sec. I'm gonna burn these. Not bad, you guys. Needed to do a heavier bridge on that. There we go. Middle pull. My bad, I'm so used to... Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I just got Max's pull again after Max tried to cash in those points. That's crazy. I mean, what are the odds of that literally? Like, realistically? Okay. So, cleansing, longevity, healing energy. Let's see here. Very uncomfortable, but then I don't have much tolerance for depictions of people getting hit with chairs. Wait, umbrellas. What? Okay, so what is the meaning of that? So the meaning of this particular fortune is that in a cleansing ritual, you will find longevity and healing energy. So that could just be a spa day. I feel like everybody can use one of those. In fact, I am planning a total like ritualistic cleansing of myself just to like get your head right. So if you've been experiencing like any like I don't know, like limiting thoughts, things that are like just kind of like sticking points for your day to day, like anything that's really making like your routines and stuff a bit of a struggle. Now's the time to like shed that, slough that off, and really like rattle loose the good vibes. And sometimes it's just doing something a little differently. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just have to like, you know, like move your body in a different way to like release the tension that's been holding you back. I guess if that makes sense.
だってよ、じいさまはこの島に来る前からこの島にあるわけがないぜ。
そうとも限らない。その黄金が元からこの島に
I'm
隠されてい
guessing
て、
mineral rights
それを確
personally,
実に自分のものにするために、こ
they've
の
done
島を
this
丸
thing.
々買い取ったとかね。
What, my bad. Thank you. So I personally think that it's mineral rights. I think that the gold buried on the island is like a mineral right. And the reason that this place hasn't popped off is because they like spread the like, oh, Beatrice witch business to like keep people from developing the island so that they don't find the gold, so they don't figure out that like the mineral rights are whatever. What did I forget? Oh yeah, to swap the screen over. Listen, if tech stuff was my strong suit,
何しろ10トンもあるんだもん。安全な場所に移すより隠し場所そのものを確保する方が現実。
この碑文を書かせたのはそれもじいさま自身ってなると、なるほど。黄金じいさまが後宮家復興の資本金、そいつがどこかに今も眠っていて、じいさまはこの謎を解けたや。じいさまらしいセンスというか。
or she's a ship filled with gold that he found and like, what is it, my love? What is it? Are you sure you don't want to just get snuggled and loved on?
Hmm? マジならなん
そういうつもりなのかどうか、おじ一つ言えるのは、このうさんくさい、そして黄金の存在はほのめかしながらも、未だにその隠し場所について一切触れないこと。そこから親たちが想像を膨らませて、おじいさまの知恵比べに違いないって言い出した。
What? What is it, my darling? You needs must have more puppy chow? Yeah? Would you like more snacks, my puppy cat? Yeah. One sec, you guys. Yes, what is it? Listen, I cracked open that can, and from the bed, I hear as Runce just emerges from his slumber. Unreal. Like, the greed of him hearing the of a can, and just like those cartoons where it's like this smell is like beckoning them and they're just like floating behind it. That's Runce. He's got like one nostril, just he was sleeping like this. Now it's one nostril just perked up to the sky, and his nose is coming awake before the rest of him. Unbelievable.
欲の皮が突っ張ってる。 じいさまの黒魔術趣味はバカにしてるくせ調子のいいは。
確かに現実当時無名で何のコネクションもなかったそれがいたからこそおじいさまはそのスポンサーを魔女と呼んだというなら考えられない話じゃないけど。
でもよ、10トンだぜ、10トン。
10 tons is a lot.
現金に直したらいくらくらいになるんだ？っていうか、とんでもない量になるはずだぜ。
とんでもない量だよ。人類が有史以来発掘した黄金はせいぜい10万トンって言われてる。人類の歴史が手にした黄金の1万分の1を個人が手にしてるっていうのはとてつもないことだよ。それが一箇所にあり、しかもそれをおじいさまにポンと貸し出せるような魔女。ただものじゃないね。
私はよ、その10トンって数字ももはや嘘くさいと思ってるぜ。第一よ、じいさま以外に見たやつはいないんだろ。仮に気前のいい魔女が実在して黄金を貸したとしても、それは10は10でも10キロぐらいの間違いじゃねえのか。10キロでも相当いい金額になるはずだぜ。
There's no cost.
黄金っていくら？
さあ。
Yeah, it's crazy.
金も相場の影響を受けるから
So
何とも言えないし。
an ounce of gold is like $3,500.
換金に手数料もかかるし。
So like an ounce of gold is like a little over $3,000.
ただ、希少金属であることは間違いなく
So that'd be
て、
an insane
このま
amount
ま
of
採
money.
掘が進めば、人類はあと半世紀ほどで全てを掘り尽くしてしまうんじゃないかって憶測もある。でたらめに言って1キロあたり200万円程度の価値はあるんじゃないかと思うね。
And that's a lot of kilograms.
ひゅー。私よ、10キロってのは今適当に言って控えめな数字なんだけどよ。それでも2000万円の価値があるってことになるじゃん。
Yeah, gold's really heavy. Also, like, that wouldn't look like a lot of gold. Like, it wouldn't be like a huge, I don't know. What would 10 tons of gold, Okay, is there gold visualization? 10 grams, an ounce. It'd be taller than your average person. So 1 ton of gold. Okay, so hold on. We're gonna put this in the... I'm going to put this in the tier list. So just going to pop the tier list over here. Oh, no, not that one. Wow, that's really annoying. Where did that go? Are you joking right now? Fine, I'll just do it like that, I guess. Okay, so here's some sizes of gold, real quick. Get out of here. Okay, so this is 1.66 tons of gold would approximate this much. 10 tons of gold Okay, so it'd be like the size of a couch, basically. Oh. This would be like the size of a couch, basically. I see. I see what you guys are doing there. Interesting. So, 100 tons of gold is taller than a person. 10 tons of gold is like basically the size of a couch. So, okay. Yeah, I guess you could hide that in, yeah, sure. Yeah, you're thinking of 100 tons of gold. So, see, this is a nice little visualization here. And those are gold bars, which is like a set amount. Like, this is a set size. You know, it is, it weighs a lot, but it has like a specific measurement. It will be this size and it'll be stamped just so. I don't know why it's 400 ounces, but it's also like a weird wonky, so an ounce of gold is not an ounce also. Isn't that interesting? So whoever decided the measurements of this decided to make it a little bit less than the actual gram weight. So instead of it being where's it at here? Gram. Yeah, it's like a troy ounce or something like that. There's some weird measurement where it's not actually how it should be because it's like a squirrely measurement. And who could say why whoever had a vested interest in that would make it such a weird number, but they did. They did make it a weird number. And I guess that is significant information.
ということ、その価値は5000。そりゃ10トンならいくら？10キロで2000万が、はあ、200こりゃ。
Yeah, it's a ton of money actually. Yeah, so popping back over to here, that would be, so the approximate amount of money that would be worth. Okay, so the central banks of Western countries usually handle their nation's large gold reserves. Gold today, blah, blah, blah. Well, how much would that be? So, 24 tons with an extra N, which is a different amount. Oh, no, I guess it's a different... Never mind. So, 21 tons of gold is the same as $1.6 billion. This would be a fuck ton of money, yeah. So if this much is $1.6 billion, what is 10? Okay, so that'd be $1 billion. So in 2020, no, that would have been, yeah, roughly, okay. Yeah, so it's like $1 billion, basically. I guess, according to the math of this very fallible machine. TONN, I think. Yeah, it's a bunch of money. That's like generational wealth. Yeah, pretty much everybody in their direct lineage.
ああ、マリアの大好きなショートケーキだったら。
でも、
No, your children's children could buy as much shortcake as they want for their entire life.
それと同等の金塊が、さっきも言った通り、黄金はものすごい額面の有価証券とか、ものすごい戦時中の混乱期に自分の資産を持ち運べるよう、すべて宝石などに変えた人だ。でも、黄金で資産を備蓄したというの。
確かに重いけどよ。国際的に一番証券とかだったら。
It is the most stable form of wealth. Obscure Japanese game. Crazy. I'm starting to think Beatrice
そういう考え方もあるね。
might have a very interesting last name, you guys.
でも、10キロ聞いたことない ?50 キロの人間、それだけの莫大な重量の金塊を個人が所有するリスクと。
ってことはつまり、
Maybe a ship sank off the coast of this island and Pop Pop found it.
そういうことに黄金伝説なんて響きはとても面白いんだけど、
Here's another one of my
そもそも
thoughts.
10トンの黄金という時点で少々無理があるね。
Listen, mind your business what kind of last name it would be, Kaza. I think that you guys could maybe guess what kind of last name Beatrice might have, having a bit of gold in the family. What kind of ship, indeed. So, I would also like to posit that potentially a ship with a bunch of gold was here. He talked to somebody named Beatrice, and she was like, oh, a ship crashed over here or whatever, and if you do something for me, or if you do this or do that, then you'll get a portion of that wealth or whatever. And he was like, okay, bet. And then I think, didn't she curse him or whatever? Like, essentially, oh, well, help me find this gold. And then they're like, okay, I'll help you find this gold. But then he doesn't return the favor like he's supposed to. Like, he doesn't give her back her gold. And she's like, a plague on your household. Because, like, that's not his gold. So, and he's never going to trust anybody in his family with that kind of money anyway. It's sort of like fruit of the poisonous tree, because he has all this wealth, but if he lets anybody know about all that wealth, like, they'd steal it from him. And so he's just gone crazy, and he's like, oh, if only I could go back in time and just be with Beatrice instead of have these vultures. Then I wouldn't have to worry about anybody stealing gold, and Beatrice and I could be together and spend this massive fortune together. Instead, I betrayed her. That's one of my thoughts right now.
そうやってリズムで考える。
でも、そこ親切なお金持ちからの融資を大げさに吹聴10トンという数字も。
つまり、
I wonder why he would call her a witch when she has access to such vast amounts of gold. Who could say? Who could say?
じいさまに大金持ちの勇敢マダムが気前そのご婦人を魔女と呼んだ。
She just, like, predicted several key historical events. And they're like, she's a witch. And she's like, yeah, sure, a witch. I've got $1 billion that I'm just giving to some Japanese guy, but yeah, I'm a witch because this is how much money I have to invest in literal nonsense. Oh, what is it, Mr. Kitty? I've given you snackies. I've turned on your heaty blanket. Do you... Hey. Do you want... Oh, I see. Ouch. Hey. Do you want out? Oh, I see. But the door's not closed. You could get out if you wanted. One sec. You want out? What kind of last name? What kind of ship? Listen, you guys. Alright, we are going to give it another hot 15 here. And then we're going to call it for the night. We're going to save. I'm shocked that we even got this far. insane to me. Through sheer determination and caffeine, we've gotten here, you guys. And tomorrow, let's see, tomorrow's Saturday, the 4th. We're just gonna like have a really chill Saturday, you guys. Tell you a story. Tell you a story. Let's see, what was the story I was gonna tell you guys about the other day? Where was it? We were chit-chatting. Where is it? It's definitely not trap houses in Idaho. I feel like we already kind of talked about that. Not that. The gay agenda. That's crazy. So back in the day, Reckless Riley story. That's insane. So one time, this isn't necessarily a Reckless Riley story, but one time I was at the club and there was this like mechanic that was like super invested in me for whatever reason. I don't know what his deal was. But I rejected him and he did not really care for that. So then he started dating this absolute wild child chick that I worked with. And she was nuts. This bitch was crazy as fuck. And so at one point he like comes in because he sees that I'm where he comes in with this girl and she's getting really mad because he's like not giving her attention and she's wasted, right? Because of course. And I'm on stage, and this girl starts stripping her clothes off and trying to climb up on the stage, like, in her regular bra and panties. And I'm like, you have lost your fucking mind. Like, you better turn around and redress yourself, because this is crazy. And then she, still wasted, in her bra and panties, goes back into the dressing room, steals an ensemble, right? Steals somebody else's pants, somebody else's hoodie, and runs shoeless off into the night. And then later on, the two circus performers that I lived with saw her running down the street shoeless. They grab her up, and then they attempt to return her back to the scene of the crime where she's, like, stolen this ensemble. And it was just, like, the craziest, most nonsense-fueled evening. Absolute insanity. And I wish that I could say that that was like the last time something nonsense like that happened, but crazy. This is why you don't go to the club with your significant other. Most people can't handle that. And I feel like that is like the crux of why a lot of clubs have that as a rule, because it almost always ends in like the most ridiculous nonsense that's like so avoidable. Like, again, one time, this, like, bouncer or whatever starts dating this dancer, and the dancer comes in on her day off, and she's flirting with somebody else, and the bouncer starts losing his mind about it, and having all kinds of issues, and so he punches this other dude, who is his coworker, in the fucking face, and it's just like, they're just beating the shit out of each other. I'm like, and also, this girl does not have a face card for this kind of a situation. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, why are you two turning each other in? And it's like, also, these two dudes are like massively out of shape too. So I'm just like, these two out of shape dudes fighting over this like very forgettable girl. And I'm like, this is insane. This is absolutely bananas. And it just goes to show that you really shouldn't allow significant others in the workplace. And I think that it's fine to allow certain ones, because you can make exceptions to the rule easier than you can get a rule made. But it's just absolutely unbelievable. The amount of times that's happened is crazy.
なるほどな。ってことはつまり、この魔女様は、となりゃ、じい様が感謝の気持ちを込めて、こんだけでかい絵を描か、
ひょっとするとよ、当の、それをじい様が美化して、こんな、案外、当の、
ベアトリーチェって名前はいかにも洋風だけど、このベアトリーチェって名前も、日本人名を無理やり洋風にアレンジしたものなのかもしれないよ。
No, she's probably
この美
Western.
人は絵の中にしかいないってわけだな。
Like, I don't think he got this style out of a vacuum. Storytime with Riley, new segment. Listen. I need to be writing some stories is what I need to do, guys. I need to do a little yapping and a little more publishing. I'm getting down to the wire on that book. Crazy.
それじゃあ、あの立派そうな胸は揉めそうにないぜ。
Oh my good lord, dude.
鼻っから魔女なんておかしいんだよな。そんなのが地球上のどこにいるってんだ。なんだよ。
はあ、ベアトリー。魔女いる、魔女はいる。
なんだよ。
魔女は
バカだな。子供マリアは魔女とかベアトリージェと。
確か、マリアちゃんは学校の文集に、将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ？
That's crazy.
うん、お兄ちゃんは。
I cannot wait for the reveal that this child is actually not as annoying as she portrays herself to be. That this has all been a Kaiser Sose, where she's just like playing this crazy long game to make everybody think that she's a child, when in reality she's like a savant. That'd be really cool. Right about now would be the time to uncover that game, just so you know.
ベアトリーチェは今もこの島の森の中に住んだから、夜はいつまでも暗い森の魔女バサマがそう言っ
本当に
おお、ケチをつけて悪くほら。
Crazy. Oh, good lord. Sharon, what have we told you? Get back to your hut, Sharon. God damn it.
皆様、ここにいらっしゃられたんですか。てっきり海岸へ行かれたとばかり。
シャノンか。いやさ、まあ見とれてたって。
ベアトリーチェ様、さぞや親方様を取り込
Get
んで
the
なさった
fuck out of here, Sharon. What purpose do you serve,
パ
Sharon?
トロン説の他にも、おじいどちらにせよ、彼女に出会ってから数日、それは今なお。
やれや、これじゃ。
私はよく知らねえけど、バー様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
That blonde.
シャノンから。お、熊沢さんから。
なんだろう。クッキーだ。
クッキー食べ。でも。
They're just eating cookies, staring at this witch
クッ
statue.
キーをお弁当に
ピクニッククッキー食べ。
そうだな、魔女様の
そうだ。もともと行こうぜ行こうぜ。
シャノンちゃん。
Cookies, how Western.
申し訳ないんだけど。
かしこまりました。
I thought they were supposed to go to the beach.
アトラ。
いや、黄金の魔女ベ。それで、その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。しかもそいつを。こういうロマンは
200億。
一人頭50億。すごいね。それだけあったらどんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。いや、そもそも。
50億円や
り。しかし50億。
That's a crazy amount of money. once again, why wouldn't you want to just like keep it in the family coffers? Like you're realistically never going to be able to spend $5 billion. So why would you have it as an asset? Like you should have access to it, but like, do you need $5 billion? Like, that's ridiculous. Everybody's like, yes, let's divide this $10 billion amongst all of us. That's what we'll do. And it's like, do you need $10 billion? That's crazy. Or $1 billion divided by however many. Because what would that be? That'd be $1 billion divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, hypothetically. Or also 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that'd be like, I don't know. That'd be like, I think 5 million a piece or something like that. Who fucking knows what that'd be? But if you divided, what's like $1 billion divided by 9, 10, 11. $1 billion. Divided by... Okay, so that's like $90 million a piece. Like, realistically, do they need $90 million? That's crazy. Absolutely insane. Even $500 million divided by 11 would be $45 million. So, just like a stupid amount of cash for these people to have, but whatever.
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はだが黄金の話だ。
お父様が出自不明の金塊を持っていたこと、死んだマルソーの会長は生前、お父様に某所で積み上げ、お父様はそれを指して、
老いぼれのざれ言じゃ、親父殿と一緒に取るにもったら。
存在線黄金、会長さんは生前、その真摯なお人柄であれだけ大勢の財界人から尊敬を集めたお人や。詐欺の片棒なんか担がへん。
兄貴、マルソーの会長は確かに見たんだ。10トンの黄金をはっきりとその目で。しかも親父はそのインゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、会長に持ち帰らせて鑑定させた。それは10キロのインゴットで、鑑定結果は純度49。インゴット表面には後ろ宮家の家紋である片翼の和紙が刻印されていた。
後ろ宮の黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。鋳造元不明の黄金は換金率が悪い。ボロ儲けのチャンスだと思った彼らはそれを担保に認め、結果お父様は莫大な融資を受けることができた。
バカバカしいにも程があるじゃないか。お前たちはいくつになるんだ。まだそんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのかね。第一、その10トンの黄金の証拠はどこにあるんだ。親父殿と親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
Yeah, I guess trust but verify.
もちろん口伝だけさ。でもよ兄貴、親父が調達した莫大な金はそれに見合う担保が必要だった。仮に黄金がデマでもそれに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは紛れもない事実じゃねえのかい。
都市空間の親父殿が作った黄金幻想さ。ありもしない黄金をあるかに振る舞い、スポンサーたちを騙したんだ。一世一代の大博打だったのだろう。運よくその資産の運用に成功できた。もし当時の外需拡大がなかったら後ろ宮家の再興はならず、親父殿は正規のペテン師として追われていただろう。
じゃあクラウス兄さんは黄金など最初から存在せず、全てお父さんのでっち上げだ言うんか。
もちろんさ。だから十分な成功を収めた後には黄金幻想など面倒なだけだった。だから親父殿は魔女だの黒魔術だのとわけのわからないことを後に言い出して信憑性を薄めたのさ。
Listen, I think If I had to guess, I think the firstborn is lying to get everybody else to not believe that there's gold, to interfere with how everything's going to get broken down, because he wants to be the one in control of all this, it seems. And it seems like he's the one that is playing the longest game here. And if he really truly believed that his father was penniless, I don't think that he would be in real estate like he is. And also his interest in the real estate of this island. Like, wouldn't he just be developing real estate elsewhere? Like, why would he be developing the landscape of this specific island? Because it seems to me like, didn't the father do something similar where he started doing some research whatever thing here and then stopped doing that and was like, nope, this is my island or whatever. And then Japan was trying to be like, hey, give us back this island. And he's like, no. You know what I mean? So it seems like it's kind of like a situation like that. I think that the oldest is lying here. I think he's like, you guys are acting like a bunch of children, like you don't know what's going on here. And he's just trying to like red herring them about this gold situation because he's like, there is no gold. But anyway, everybody stopped talking about this gold. And I'm like, yeah, I think that he's messing with these people. I don't actually think that's the case.
魔女に黄金を授かったなどといえば、もはや誰も黄金の存在を信じたりはしまい。あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。
Yeah, nobody's showing up here to dig everywhere if they're not sure if the gold is real or not.
バカな息子たちが現れる。ローザ、まさかお前までこんなでっち上げを信じてるって言うんじゃないだろうな。
Also, if I'm the heir to the family fortune, why do I care what everybody else thinks? You know what I mean? If I know that this money exists, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, like, there's not really any of this or that. I'd be trying to drive these people off. You know what I mean? Especially if I didn't like them. Now, if we all got together and everything was all cohesive and good, but it doesn't seem to be the case there. It seems like there's bad blood in this family. And it seems like they don't really get along all that well. So I would be trying to break the family up and, like, keep this wealth for myself. Because these people, I just don't fundamentally respect them, and that should be mine.
でも、お父様の4人の子供の一人として、正当な分を主張したいだけよ。
Rightful share, once again, your value to me is very limited, Rosa. Just saying.
ほう。ローザも言うようになったじゃないか。なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいわけかね。
I want what's owed to me, and it's like, owed to you.
しようとしていると。
兄さんが莫大な軍資金を調達したのは事実。
Oh yeah, if he's stolen their inheritance, that's a problem. But like, prove that he did it.
ありえないというなら。
Yeah, if he found the gold and he used all that, that's going to be a big problem for everybody. But like, can't get blood out of a stone. If he stole all that money and he loses all this investment, like, what do? Kill him? You're not going to be able to do anything. Claw all these investments back. You won't be able to. It's gone. You know what I mean?
つまりはそういうこと。
兄貴はすでに10トンの金塊を見つけてるんじゃないかって。俺たちはそう見てるのさ。
バカバカしい。そんなものは元より存在しない。
じゃあ説明なさいよ。お父様の財産の横領、お父様の隠し黄金。そのどちらでもないなら、どうやってあれだけの軍資金を調達できたっていうの？
私にも政界財界に友人が多くいてね。彼らから協力を得ただけに過ぎんよ。
Yeah, he's lying for his teeth right now.
それについてお前たちに説明する義務はない。分かっているだろう？
Yeah, if you don't have to explain yourself, then don't try and explain yourself.
兄貴がそうだと言い張るんならそれでいいさ。でもよ兄貴。親父は長くない。来年の今日まで生きてるなんて誰にも保証できねえんだぜ。親父が死ねばその時点で遺産相続だ。俺たちは全員の立場から中立な弁護士と会計士を立てて親父の財政状況を調査させるぜ。
その時 お父様の資産に兄さんが不当な干渉をしていることが発覚したなら、お分かりね。
何の話だかさっぱりわからんね。妻でなくても憤慨したい気持ちだ。
お父さんの黄金はもちろんお父さんの財産や。表に出せん金やっちゅうのも分かっとる。しかし4人に公平な権利があるはずや。
つまり兄貴が黄金を独り占めしていないかどうか、兄貴についても
Yeah, if he's robbed them of their inheritance, sure, but like, prove it, you know what I mean?
いい機会じゃない。兄さんの言うところの友人知人にバックアップしてもらったというところを証明なさいよ。そうすれば兄さんは潔白。私たちはくだらない疑いを持ってしまったことを潔く謝れるわ。ねえ、ローザ。
そうね。クラウス兄さんこそ話をはぐらかしてるわ。やましいところがないというなら証明してくれればいいだけの話なのに、兄さんはまるで取り合おうとしてくれない。
It's a 3v1 right now. They're killing him.
だがまあ兄貴の立場にも配慮するさ。親父の名代ということで俺たちより一つ多く責任を背負ってるところもあるだろう。
Yes.
今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちがそれを察しないでブーブー言うのはこりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
ほう、さっきから脅されたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。
Yeah, he should be compensated for having to do a bunch of stuff.
お父さんの財産をあれこれ調べて重箱の隅をつっつくんはブスやないかって話なんや。クラウス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きもあるやろ。そこを理解した上でわしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。お互いにとって悪うない相談や。
相談？ほう。
遺産分配時に今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取り、分配に寛大な理解を示そうってことさ。
間違えないでよ。別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言ってるわけじゃないのよ。
Yeah, but you'll be compensated.
その権利を主張する際に兄さんの立場に立った寛大な理解があってもいいんじゃないかしらということなのよ。
Yeah, so instead of getting a quarter of a share, he gets like a little bit more than that.
分配時にお父さんの財務状況調査をクラウス兄さんに一任してもいいっちゅうこっちゃ。
So they're just trying to be like, hey, if you have been embezzling money, that's fine, but like, give us a taste. Interesting.
ほう。信用ゼロの私に長兄としての信頼を返してくれるというのか。
If we're gonna rob our father, like, give us a little taste.
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃない。だがしかし兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得するわけさ。
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、それを担保に軍資金を作った。そう、お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
そういうことならお父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。クラウス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた孝行息子や。そないな人を信用せんわけにはいかへん。
回りくどくて分かりづらいな。もっとはっきり具体的に言いたまえ。
条件の一つ目、まず兄貴は親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認めること。
ありもしない黄金を私が持っていると認めろと。
条件2、その黄金について兄弟の取り分を認めこれを支払うこと。
バカな。ありもしない200億の黄金について一人頭50億、合計150億を支払えというのか。
Crazy.
バカバカしい。
最後まで聞きなあれ。 そない大金出てくるのは分かっとる。でけへん取引はするつもりないで。もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換算するつもりや。
条件3、黄金の分配は後ろ宮本家当主
why
跡
they're
継ぎの
making
肩書き
conditions.
に
They're not the ones in the
50%、
positions of power right
残
now.
りを兄弟の正当な取り
What
分
you
と
can
して分
enforce, not
割。
necessarily what you
も
can
ちろ
prove.
ん
Who's
クラ
gonna
ウス
do
兄さん
anything
も
about
これには
this?
含めるわよ。
200億のうち125億を兄貴に、25億をエヴァ姉さんに、25億を俺に、25億をローザに。
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。存在しない黄金のためにお前たちに75億支払えというのかね。
何よ、兄さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。私なら踊り上がっちゃう
I
好条
think
件よ。
the truth of this is to see if he'll crack and be like, why should I share the gold with you? Instead of being like, why should I share gold that doesn't exist with you? Like, this is stupid. Like, it's to see if he'll, like, bend on the existence of the gold or not, and to tempt him with this ludicrous offer. Because it's like, listen, if this guy's been willing to steal all this, why would he share? If he was willing to steal all of this and say nothing, why would he share? Why wouldn't he just be like, hey, I found the gold, like, we're dividing this into whatever, and I'm using my portion for this. If you guys want to give me a portion of your investment towards this, I'll give you a bigger ROI, but it's silly that he would even entertain this.
条件の4、分配金は親父の死亡時に遺産分配に含めて清算する。ただし手付金として俺たちの取り分の 10% を即納してもらう。
10% of $5 billion is ridiculous.
どや、クラウス兄さん。お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好のチャンスやないか。
This is so crazy dumb right
お
now.
父さんが亡くなったからやないと無理やろ。だが手付けの7億半はなんとかできんこともないんとちゃうか。
半年で7億ってのはちょいとしんどい話だが、
Yeah, and suspicious as fuck.
ってのが自慢の兄貴ならなんとかできるだろ。
本当なら今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもらいたいところよ。でも兄さんの立場に配慮して
Why do you
とり
need
あえ
that
ず
money?
1割を納める誠意を
Once
見せて
again,
くれたら
just put it into a trust and have it paid out to them. Like, this is such a...
遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていい
What a bunch of
ってこと
greedy
なの
vampires.
ね、1割程度
It goes into my bank account. And I'm like, this is not how dynasties work, but whatever.
上等じゃないか。お前たちも成長したものだ。この私に取引を持ちかけられるようになるとは。
これらを兄さんが飲むな
What
ら
an interesting way to lose a large amount of your money in taxes and bankers' fees.
ただし、その調査
Unless
結
this
果は
was
公弁の
pre-global
対象
banking
となる
system, in which case, hell yeah.
当然よね。75億分、私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。兄貴が綺麗にやってくれたならそれでいい。よっぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ、俺たちはことを荒立てるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。
Yeah, you can take a little off the top here and there if you want.
いつまでもグダグダして取りっぱ
Yeah, I think that had happened well by then. So, like, they'd be having to pay for, like, the transfers of all of that and stuff. So it's like, you'd want that to remain in a physical asset instead of being liquefied into cash. So stupid. It would actually be better for them to retain their assets in the gold bars than it would be to trade those gold bars into... I found the Seagulls, you guys.
ローザもたまには言うわね。
Greed, yeah. The father...
申し訳ないが、 条件はまだ続くんや。
Oh, yeah. When the seagulls cry, it makes so much more sense now. These are the seagulls.
後になってこ
What
の
a
取り決めが
cheeky
不利になるよう
title.
な遺言が出てきちゃかなわんちゅうこっちゃな。
入念じゃないか。なら質問だが、仮に本当に黄金が見つかった場合、どうするのかね。
それに対する支払いを兄貴が済ませてる以上、俺たちは本当に黄金が出てこようがどうでもいいことさ。俺たちの取り分は先払いってな感じになるわけだからな。
夢があっていいじゃない。この島をリゾート化するつもりなんでしょ。その工事の途中でひょっこり黄金が見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
条件に7をつけてもらおう。私以外の兄弟が黄金を発見した場合、速やかに私に引き渡すこと。
That'd be a good stipulation to imply that you hadn't found
も
it.
ちろん保証するわよ。
とても良い話じゃないか。私もお前たちとの関係が疎遠になっていたことには非常に心を痛めていた。この条件を飲むことによって兄弟間の関係が再び有効なものにできるなら、それはとても嬉しいことだよ。喜んで話に乗らせてもらおうじゃないか。喜べローザ。取引は成立だ。
嫌に素直ね。兄さんらしくもないわ。
それはひどいじゃないか。私に下心があるというのかね。あるわけもないさ。お前たちと同じだ。
ならいいんだ。じゃあ兄貴、ここにサインをもらえるか。今の話を書き出した俺たちの誓約書だ。人数分ある。同じ内容に全員がサインする。
クラウス兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。安心したってな。
兄貴、ペン使うか。
実はこの取り決めを確かに履行するために1点だけ修正を提案したい。
Okay.
ダメよ。もう決まった話よ。黙ってサインを。
エヴァ、何を焦っているんだね。もちろんサインはする。お前たちに黄金の分け前75億円分を約束する。親父殿の遺産分配の時、きれいさっぱり清算することも約束する。だが、一点だけどうしても譲歩してもらいたい部分があるのだよ。
Which is?
何の話だよ。どの点が気に入らねえってんだ。
分け前の1割、7億5千万円を即納する点だよ。お前たちの指摘通り、私の財政状況は決して裕福ではない。数々の先行投資によって未来に必ず回収できると保証されながらも、今のこの時点では火の車であることは認めなければならない。つまり、今すぐに動かせる金は全くないということだ。私は無能で詳細の嗅覚も鈍い。お前たちの言うところの弱り目の私には、 7億半も半年で動かせる力はないということだよ。
そんなはずはないでしょ。いい加減なことを言ってこの場をごまかす気？
遺産分配時に全て一括で生産する。1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
Yeah, stop trying to extort him on the front end.
この1割はな、あくまでもお兄さんの誠意を測る数字なんやで。本当なら取引の余地もない話や。そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意でこの場を丸く収めちゃるっちゅう大サービスなんやで。そう説明した上でそこを断るっちゅうんは、互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか？
It's a good question. Why is the 10% up front so important?
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね。それとも何に怯えているのかね。どうぞ私にだけは教えてくれんかね。他の兄弟たちには内緒でこっそりと。
別に私は。
よせよ兄貴。俺たちは兄貴がサインするかしないかしか聞いてない。妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしだ。
ほう、私には交渉の余地もないと。
Yeah, is all the room
立場が弱い
negotiate.
のは私の方で公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのかね。取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね。この取引は私にとっては弟や妹たちと長いこと失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟愛を深め合うもの。それは私にとって緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。それが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。だがお前たちもこの取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね。秀吉兄さん、あなたの会社非常に好調子だそうじゃないですか。トントン拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。実にお羨ましいことです。
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ。
だが株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪かった。
Yeah, she's desperate
そして
for
上
money.
場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのもまずかった。気づいた時にはたちの悪い連中に自社株をだいぶ買い集められていたらしい。
Yeah, all of them are desperate for money. That seemed obvious, right?
なんでそんな話知っとるんや。
秀吉さんと
People that are flush with cash do not conduct
私に融
themselves
資
like
する
this.
人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に、私も秀吉さんの裏を取れるのです。そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Right, so who has the most shares in their company? Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, so he's financially leveraged.
ルドルフの方も最近は大変だそうじゃないかね。海外は怖いとよく言うが、本当にそうらしいな。アメリカの裁判は極めて感情的に決まる。彼らは外国人に寛大な判決など出しはしない。先方と和解した方が結局は安上がりになると、弁護士に忠告を受けたんじゃないのかね。
I imagine he had some sort of discretion. Indiscretion.
仕事上のトラブルさ。大したことじゃない。金でケリのつく話さ。
その通りさ。世の中なんだって金でケリがつく。失った兄弟の絆だって買い戻せるようにな。アメリカは権利侵害などにはうるさい国だ。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's probably infidelity of some kind.
資本主義万歳だよ。もっとも、和解金は数百万ドルにも及びそうだとの噂もあるがね。
Yeah. Everybody's accusing the eldest brother of embezzling. They've all been doing shady financial crimes.
ローザは清く正しい妹だ。危険なマネーゲームなどには手を出さない。だが、お人よしな性分が災いしたんじゃないかね。連帯保証人は気安く引き受けるものではないと思うがね。
それはクラウス兄さんとは関係ない。
Who'd she co-sign for? Absolutely, yeah. I like that it puts that in bold across the screen, just in case we didn't get the subtext of all this. Just so you know, everyone's very poor and hungry for money, and it's like, yes, that has been the theme of the last, 5 chapters. I feel like very much this visual novel was worried people would not be paying enough attention.
7億半もの大金が工面できるスポンサーに心当たりがあるなら、先にそちらを当たってもらいたいのだよ。もしお前たちがどうしてもこの兄を頼りたいというなら、私の口利きでスポンサーを探してやってもよいのだがね。おっと、私にはそんな者はいないと言っていたか。それではどうにもならんね。
エヴァ、冗談じゃないわ。兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。冗談じゃない、冗談じゃない。
クラウス兄さんを頼ったらどう助けてくれるの？
言ったではないか。私にできるのは他のスポンサーを探すだけだよ。もちろん利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
ちくしょう、足元見やがって。
あなた、落ち着いて。
落ち着いてるぜ。
Hello.
俺は極めて冷静だぜ。クソったりが。
Yeah, you never want to put yourself out there. You want to let these people kind of walk into the trap.
そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが、残念残念残念至極。非常に極めて実にどう
They
しよう
played
もな
themselves
く
because they
残
were
念
coming
だ。
from a position of desperation, and it's never good to make demands from that position.
親父殿の隠し黄金を、ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎をみんなで解き明かしてみようじゃないかね。仲良し兄弟が4人揃えばきっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
I do write books. It's always better to have a ace in the hole if you're going to try and do something like that. Before I answer that, I'm going to need you to tell me your favorite type of fish.
はい。クラウス様は黄金の発見を問わずにその分け前としてエヴァ様、ルドルフ様、ローザ様に計75億円を支払うこと。ただしその1割を3月までに支払うこと。
クラウスの間抜けめ、弟たちに足をさらわれるとはな、実に愉快ではないか。しかし爪が甘いようだな。
はい。クラウス様はそれをエヴァ様以下お三人が緊急に大金を用立てする必要があるためとカンパされました。
その程度のことはカンパできるのか。中途半端に無能な男め。今はどうしている？
話は一度中断されました。今は
Carbonara?
ベアトリーチェ様の碑文の話をされています。
Carbonara's alright.
私の黄金がどこに隠されているのか、その謎を解こうとか。
はい。
I think Capavetti is probably my favorite noodle. Specifically. But like, I would say like a good bolognese is probably my favorite.
愚か者どもが我が謎を解き明かしたなら、その時は私のすべての敗北だ。我が屍を骨の一かけらまでしゃぶり尽くすがいい。愚か者どもの貪欲さが偉大なる魔法に奇跡を宿らせるのだ。だがもし奇跡の成就が先だったなら、ベアトリーチェは再び蘇る。私が半生をかけて追い求めたあの美少が蘇るのだ。おお、ベアトリーチェ、奇跡を落とす聖なる夜がやってくるぞ。悪魔たちとのゲームが始まるぞ。私はきっと打ち勝つ。絶対に生き残る。他の奴らの命はくれてやる。富も名誉も財産も黄金も何もいらぬ。ただお前の微笑みがもう一度見たいだけなのだ。
As far as requests from this old man, seeing an old witch smile is not like the craziest thing to want before his death.
私が黄金の隠し場所をわざわざ人目に触れるように晒したかわかるか？
いえ。
魔法の力はリスクで決まるからだ。ベアトリーチェの黄金を暴こうとする人間が多ければ多いほど、その危険が高まれば高まるほどに、それでもなお成就できたとき、魔法の力は偉大なる奇跡を
I personally think it has to do with the shrine.
魔法とは
The shrine that was there that's not there anymore.
優れているものが
I don't think it's within the island. I think it's in like a cave that you can get into in low tide, like a Like a Count of Monte Cristo
生
situation.
命の奇跡が数億分の1という神々しい確率に勝利するからこそ与えられるようにな。
In the very
お前
beginning.
には少し難しいか。
申し訳ございません。
よい。つまりはこういうことだ。ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎を解いた者には、私が築き上げてきたすべてを与えよう。富、名誉、黄金、そして後宮家の家督。私が築き上げてきたすべてだ。その謎に挑む資格があるのは何も私の息子たちだけとは限らぬ。たとえお前であっても、その謎を解けたなら全てを得る資格があるのだ。
はい。ですが、僕には、あのような難しい謎は分かりかねます。
無論だ。難解に作った。だが、お前も挑め。それが我が魔法の奇跡を呼ぶ糧となる。誰もが挑み、誰にも至れなかったら、その時はその時。だが、奇跡が集い、魔法の力が生まれたなら、その時こそ、ベアトリーチェが蘇るのだ。だからお前も挑め。誰もが挑め。そして我が魔法に力を捧げるのだ。わかるな。
はい。努力します。
You're trying to capture lightning in a bottle here, kid. Do you think you're up to it?
もうよい。下がれ。酒棚に菓子の袋があろう。ダチンに持っていくがよい。
結構です。僕は家具ですから。
家具は菓子など食わぬか。道理だな。ならばもう下がれ。
はい。失礼いたします。
Sus. Yeah, you guys are picking up on it pretty quick. I appreciate that. You're doing a good job modding. It's almost like English isn't their first language. Like, and I'm not saying you have to be from America or you have to speak English to follow me, but you certainly can't be Babylonian. And I'm getting a real Babylonian vibe off a lot of these people. Like, how are you going to tell me that you don't know fish, but then you're saying, oh, I love salmon, I love sushi? Yeah.
どうして金蔵さんはこんな挑発的なものを書かれたのでしょう。
私には親方様のお考えは分かりかねます。深いお考えがあってのこととお察しします。
Yeah, like, why do you need to know where I'm from? Does my demeanor, does my cadence and candor not identify me as an American?
いや、時には理解できない一手さえ。私ごとき凡庸では何を目論まれているのか皆目見当もつきませんな。
私はこれを親方様の何かの遺言状ではないかと考えています。それを理解できた者に財産や家督をお譲りになられようということなのでしょう。
つまり私のようなよそ者に解かれてしまう前に。
Yes, if I've taught you nothing, mods, it's how to more quickly identify scams. I'm proud of you, my young prodigies.
金蔵さんは息子さんたちのことを口悪く罵ってはいますが、なんとか兄弟が仲を取り戻してほしいと願われているのかもしれません。
One day soon, I'll tell you guys about the Rapunzel scam. That's an old school one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, real Babylonian vibes.
一族のものでなくとも謎に挑む資格があると常々おっしゃっています。
If I was a Babylonian, stone me to death, you know what I mean? A fate worse than death to be Babylonian.
少々難解が過ぎますな。実は以前、
Oh, to be a desert dweller.
この碑文を手帳に記しま
A
した。
terrible fate.
夜な夜な寝る前に挑んでみたのですが実に難しい。お迎えが来るまでの間、ゆっくり楽しむことができそうです。源氏さんこそいかがですかな。
私めは
Listen, I think he cares about them in so much as, are you smart enough to solve this riddle? You know what I mean?
やれやれ、本当に謙虚な方です。
The doctor could always appreciate some cash.
心を許されるのでしょ
う。ならば光栄なことです。
Because if they don't know how to solve this riddle, they don't know how to play this shell game of inheritance, you know what I mean? And then it's like, what's the point?
鮎の川、黄金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下りて鍵を探せ。
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the gold land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore. The two will tell of. There sleeps a key to the golden land. One who obtains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. On first twilight, offer the 6... Okay, this is mystery one, finally. On the first twilight, offer 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Okay. Second twilight will tear apart the two. We're closest. Third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Six. One, two, three, four, 5. Can we screenshot this? I want like the entirety of this riddle so I can like look at it a bunch. Is this island in the shape of a person, kind of? It's not. Okay. Because if it was like one of those like sleeping giant like shaped islands or whatever, I'd be like, this is a riddle involving going to these different locations and getting different things to go there or whatever. But I absolutely think that the key is like a boat going into, like a key would go into a lock. Yeah, I want that screenshot. Okay, so that's probably a good spot to finally end that for the stream. Everybody keep a little, keep a thought going on that riddle. We're gonna put the riddle in the UMINEKO, game spot. Okay, so what was this? Wow, crazy how much time has passed here. Yeah, that's a perfect spot. I was waiting for a good spot. Unfortunately, it's like 30 minutes past what I was thinking it was going to be, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah, so we're gonna have those separated like that so that we can see how much time has passed between save points. I think that's good. So, it was worth it. We finally got to like a natural stopping point here. But yeah, I want to put that. Hold on 1 second. So we can do our little outro situation here. Oh, okay, there we go. So we're gonna end that there. We're gonna end that. We just hit our first, like, oh, okay. Where'd the chat go? Oh, excellent. Excellent. Totally perfect spot to end there. So that's our first mystery, the riddle. So we're gonna leave that, puzzle through the riddle, you know what I mean? If you're gonna guess, don't look it up, okay? If you're gonna look it up, you omit yourself from the guessing pool. We're trying to do this totally off of our own merits, you guys, so be respectful of that. But we should definitely do like a prize if you get the riddles and stuff like that. Yeah, be cool about that. And then, obviously, Kaz has played this game before, so he doesn't get to guess the riddle. However, I am going to be puzzling through the riddle. I think it has something to do. I mean, dude's low-key weird, but I wouldn't necessarily be like he's on the island list, you know what I mean? Like, he's definitely annoying, but he's not like chop his head off like a problem, you know what I mean? Lesson. Okay. So we will pick this back up. Let's see. Oh, there are the Seagulls. Excellent. So today's Saturday. We're going to do like maybe a short, like kind of chill bonus stream later today. And then we'll pick this back up on Monday. We might do a bonus stream on Wednesday. And then let's see, and then Friday we'll have another, and then on Saturday, the following Saturday, that's Valentine's Day, so we're going to be doing a Discord hang. We're going to be doing zombie movie marathon, okay, and then I will be dropping some cup brownie recipes for you guys. So, in addition to that, I'm also putting out the extra naughty bits for where the feedback ends, as well as I should have the formatting close to done for the paperbacks of that by then. I hope. Hopefully that works out. But I'll be working on that predominantly on Tuesday and Thursday. I gotta get these chapters done. I'm way behind from being sick this Thursday, so not great. I was hoping to get a lot more done than I did, but you know, it's not like a ton to get done, but it does need to be done well, and it does need to be done on time. So I am going to work on that. Other than that, everything seems to be pretty correct as far as the schedule goes. So I am going to drop that movie marathon on Valentine's Day in the Twitch schedule, just so everybody is aware. Anyway, we went a bit long today, but you know, that's kind of the name of the game when you're trying to find a good spot to stop. But I've been your host, Riley Byrd. We stream Mondays and Fridays about 8:30 to 2 a.m.-ish. And yeah, it's crazy late. But we'll pick this stream back up. We're gonna have just a teensy tiny bonus stream later on today, so in like, I don't know, 12 plus hours, somewhere abouts. I think it's like 8 or 9 p.m. is when the bonus stream starts. We're just gonna be chilling, vibing. I might be writing some chapters then just to keep on task. And then we'll pick this back up on Monday, but I'm crashing, you guys. It's been such a long day today. So I will see you guys later. If you guys haven't already, follow, subscribe where you already enjoy watching, and check out the Discord. The Discord is awesome. I'm on the Discord every single day. If there's ever anything new that doesn't get updated or whatever, it's on there. Go ahead and check it out. And I will see you guys